Dr. Eric Kelly III and a host of phenomenal speakers from all around the globe for this 7-day virtual event that you don't want to miss.
The mission of the Black Business Expo is to raise scholarship money from kids all the way from high school all the way from college. The Black Business Olympics is one of the largest Black business showcases in the world. It is an opportunity for businesses and companies to showcase their businesses globally. We are going to be giving away laptops up to $5,000 away to students. Again, I'm Olivia Appleberry, the founder of 2 Cents Finance and one of the speakers for the expo. I am so excited to see you there. For more info, go to www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-308-9090 and hope to see you there.
I am Black Business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep. Yes, I am Black Business. I am Black Business. Tell me, are you Black Business? I am Black Business. Do you support Black businesses? Listen, I support Black business because I am Black Business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black business in the world. The world! Sign up today at www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-308-9090. I am Black Business.
I am Black Business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep, I am Black Business. I am Black Business. Are you Black Business? I am Black Business. Do you support Black businesses? I support Black business because I am Black Business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black America in North Carolina.
Join Dr. Eric Kelly III and a host of phenomenal speakers from all around the globe for this 7-day virtual event that you don't want to miss.
The mission of the Black Business Expo is to raise scholarship money from kids all the way from high school all the way from college. The Black Business Olympics is one of the largest Black business showcases in the world. It is an opportunity for businesses and companies to showcase their businesses globally. We are going to be giving away laptops up to $5,000 away to students. Again, I'm Olivia Appleberry, the founder of 2 Cents Finance and one of the speakers for the expo. I am so excited to see you there. For more info, go to www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-308-9090 and hope to see you there.
I am Black Business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep. Yes, I am Black Business. I am Black Business. Tell me, are you Black Business? Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black business in the world.
Prepare for what's coming and dominate in economic winter. Stand strong and thrive by showcasing your great products and services globally through the Black Business Network and Black Business Olympics. The Black Business Network has showcased over 2,000 companies with over $7 billion in sales each year. Over 10 million attendees have viewed the rebroadcast each month. Through the Black Business Olympics, unique styles of business training and mentoring are turning students into business owners and entrepreneurial warriors who will dominate in any economy. Gain the ultimate advantage of the Black Business Olympics, 7 days of unbelievable topics and speakers speaking around the globe. Donate your time and experience to provide expertise and scholarships to students worldwide and change the world. Now, more than ever, new insights, tools, strategies, and capabilities are needed. This is your chance for a major presentation to the world. Fill out the form and join the more than 2,000 speakers who have presented to over 200 countries. Join the Black Business Network streaming live into the Metaverse, STEM City, Black Multiverse Enterprises, Hulu, Amazon, YouTube, iHeartRadio, Apple, Facebook, LinkedIn, Pod TV, IBM TV, Spotify, and Google Podcasts. Sign up today. Spaces are limited, and we will see you there.
Black Business Expo's mission is to raise funds for high school seniors going to college or K-12 entrepreneurs. This expo is a fundraiser for students. Please, you may go to www.blackbusinessexpousa.com to donate to the scholarship fund or use the Cash App at $BBXUSA. Our goal is to give laptops and up to $5,000 to 10 students. Students can register online at www.blackbusinessexpousa.com. Every dollar counts. Please donate to the Black Business Expo USA Scholarship Fund.
Did you know that approximately 333.34 million businesses exist today, according to a report from 2021? And you may be one of those businesses, or maybe you're not in the business market yet, but you're aspiring to be a business owner. Well, guess what? You're in the right place at the right time. Because let's face it, everything is about timing and opportunity. Hi, my name is Dr. Lotus Richey, and I'm the CEO and founder of the Lotus Richey Coaching and Consulting LLC, along with the Lotus Richey Ignite Show. 15 minutes of success with Dr. Lotus Richey, as well as books to boom your business and bring who you are. And today, I want to bring this amazing message to you about the Black Business Network and the Black Business Olympics. See, the Black Business Network and the Black Business Olympics is designed to help people just like you, that's right, that look like me, to take their business to the next level. Not just in your front yard or your backyard, but globally. The Black Business Network and Black Business Olympics is designed not to just help you survive, but to help you thrive. So join us today as we come together with businesses all around the world to support our students, our children, our young teens, our young entrepreneurs. What we do is we come together to help raise funds for students who are aspiring to be business entrepreneurs, who are aspiring and who are thriving in college. We endow them with a wonderful opportunity to gain scholarship of either a laptop or several thousands of dollars. And we invite you to help be a contributor to this amazing opportunity. to help someone that looks just like you. So join us today at our website and let us connect with you and help you ignite and take flight in every area of your life on the Black Business Network and the Black Business Olympics. I'll see you on the other side.
What if you could build your own city? A place where every child can find nurturing people to help them achieve their full potential. A place where every adult can access job training support. Where health education is abundant. Where social justice ruled the land. A place without limitations. Welcome. You have arrived at STEM City USA. It is what every city should be. A safe and trusted community where you find people and resources to help you become everything you are and beyond. STEM City is unlike anything you have ever experienced. It is a digital twin of the world around you, only better. STEM City is about energy and soul renewal. It is more than a digital world. You can almost feel the power of live cultural events, music, and theater. STEM City promises a better future for children with caring mentors and hands-on activities with dedicated tutors to support our youth. STEM City is your passport to a healthy lifestyle with weekly events addressing our community's many issues. STEM City is your financial well-being with helpful information on wealth management, career advancement, job training, and so much more. STEM City is the community you deserve. It is the city where your dreams can come true. STEM City USA, a place in the sky that is accessible to all who reach for the stars.
Bravery is not the absence of fear, but the ability to overcome it. We stand for those who defy suppression, who speak out, and those who walk the road less traveled. Everyone deserves to be seen and their voices to be heard. We're sparking a movement, growing a community of creators united by the desire for freedom, choice, equity, and ownership. At Fanbase, it's all for one and one for all. We support each other to guide, promote, and uplift you in a place where you can unapologetically be yourself. A place where your voice, ideas, and creativity are not just welcomed, but celebrated. We are Black founded, minority funded, and supported by a diverse, inclusive, powerful community that believes in the strength of authenticity and individual choice. Regardless of success or background, we welcome you. The marginalized, the underappreciated, the successful, the superstar. We're for all who seek a space to express themselves freely, where they are rewarded for being their authentic, true self. We transcend labels because only we have the right to define ourselves. We are built for the brave, the culture, the creators, and for the future where everyone has a power to shape their own destiny. Where all are empowered, voices are amplified, and freedom is embraced. For the first time, you have a chance to own the platform you helped make popular. It's a revolution, a movement in how we connect, create, and share. Everyone is a creator, and everyone has a fan base. Here, you can be you without limits.
Did you know women represent just 3% of Fortune 500 CEOs and less than 15% of corporate executives at top companies worldwide? Have you wondered what the secrets are to getting into the top ranks, whether in the private or public sector? Do you want to figure out how to stop being held back in your career or passed over for promotion? Then you're in the right place. Hi, I'm Dr. Madeline Ann Lewis, President and CEO of the Executive Women's Success Institute. I have decades of experience in the military, the federal government, and corporate America, and my mission is to help women succeed and tap into their full potential. I want to reach 1 million plus women around the world to become the leaders they are meant to be. So if you want to move into a management or executive level position, or maybe you are a female veteran transitioning out of the military into business entrepreneurship, then reach out to the Executive Women's Success Institute at 301-693-3284. Let us get you on the fast track to success.
I am Black Business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep. Yes, I am Black Business. I am Black Business. Tell me, are you Black Business? I am Black Business. Do you support Black businesses? Listen, I support Black business because I am Black Business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black business in the world. The world! Sign up today at www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-308-9090. I am Black Business.
Good day, business owners, entrepreneurs, thought leaders, and corporations. Welcome to the Black Business Network. My name is Taisha McCoy, and I am your business moderator for this session on the Black Business Network. The Black Business Network is a 24-hour business network showcasing Black businesses, business owners, entrepreneurs, and thought leaders worldwide. We have speakers from North Carolina, London, Singapore, Africa, Japan, and cities all over the United States. The Black Business Network is a global community sharing its business knowledge to empower, inspire, and educate business about business. I would like to introduce to you today our speaker. His name is Mr. Edward Fairley, a renowned relationship coach, counselor, and author of the Handbook for Increasing Your Relationship IQ. With years of research in relationships intelligence, he founded Know Love, that is KNOWLOVE, Inc., a groundbreaking platform offering fun, real-life relationship stimulations, including the Know Love board game. I would like to introduce to you the next voice and face that you will see, Mr. Edward Fairley. Remember, genius is common, and I will see you on the other side.
Awesome. Thank you so much. My name is Edward L. Fairley, and as you so eloquently stated, I am the founder and CEO of No Love Incorporated. That is KNOWLOVE Incorporated. And today we are going to discuss and unpack a sensitive topic because I know people are passionate about this great book, and that is called The Five Love Languages. So, what we have titled this segment is The Five Love Languages Flaws. So, let's just dive in. The first thing that I want to discuss is what's wonderful about this book. I mean, groundbreakingly wonderful about this book. And that is the fact that the book has single handedly abolished and gotten rid of the philosophy of male and female generalizations, and should be applauded for. We have been for centuries being educated by doctors and gurus and influential figures or coaches to teach the generalization or polarization of male and female, and to suggest that this is a way in which we can get each other to understand one another, to accommodate one another in our respective relationships so that we can enjoy a blissful or happy relationship. So that's what we want to first discuss. So as I shared earlier, it's finally a book that has steered people away from generalizing male and female or men and women when it comes to how we think, how we feel, how we respond, not only in relationships, but in life itself. Because ultimately, relationships, though it may be taught as it pertains to a romantic relationship, that bleeds over into business. That bleeds over into your relationship with your children, your family, your household, your parents, because you still communicate with them. You still have to consider their thoughts, their feelings, how they respond, and things of that nature. So that is ultimately what we're doing. If we're working on love, love is going to not just be in your respective romantic relationship, that is going to bleed over to life. So that is one thing that is impressive. Matter of fact, if I'm not mistaken, it ended up transcending past relationships, and then they had it for kids and everything. So clearly it shows and proves that relationship tools are not just for romantic relationships. Another thing is the reason why those philosophies have worked for century, polarizing and generalizing male or females, because for centuries women did not have rights. So the roles afforded them were minimal. So they were institutionalized, trained, and molded into these specific roles and handed an identity. This is how a woman is. This is how, because culture is not going to allow you to be any other thing. Why learn these tools, or why expound on these gifts if you can't do anything with society or in society with these respective gifts if you are a woman? So they were taught and they were molded to be in the kitchen, to clean the house, to nurture the children, or do all of these things for the children. And then the men were also defined in their roles because they got all the rest of that, whatever the leftovers were, anything past the kitchen, the bedroom, or the house, or teaching, that was a manly thing. So that, from a cultural standpoint, was what allowed for men to be that way, or to think that that's who they were, or to identify with, this is what a man does. And the same thing with women. And when you are institutionalized for centuries as this being the way that things are, that is going to last for centuries, even when things evolve. And we'll tap into that in a moment. So these philosophies that started way back when horsepower really meant horsepower, because that's how people, they actually use their means of commuting. That's when these philosophies were pretty much cemented into culture. But as we evolved, we still kept it. And that's what got us things or topics or books that say stuff like men are from Mars and women are from Venus, or act like a lady, think like a man, or understanding women. Everything you need to know about men, you can learn from a dog. Different topics that just generalize male and female. So even though we evolved in our way of teaching lifestyles, now the woman helps with the household. The man is not just the one that's working and bringing home the bacon, so to speak. Everything is shared, we still have those subtle or had those subtle philosophies embedded in our mindsets that cause us to not, one, communicate effectively because we're assumptive in our responses towards one another, or assumptive in the way that we think they will respond to us because they are the gender that was generalized. So we evolved in all of that, but for some reason we kind of kept that. This book took that away. It took centuries of programming away. It allowed for people to finally stop saying, well, he's a man, so this is what he needs. She's a woman, so this is what she needs. This is how you speak to or treat a woman. This is how you speak to or treat a man. And it gave us these languages, these 5 love languages that allowed for people to stop identifying with this thing, because it's human nature for us to try to make things simple. Some things just, though they can be simplified, they're not simple. They actually take work and effort. So we will do all of these things to prevent us from the effort that it takes for something to be as good as it could or should be. And what that did was it allowed for us to kind of, though we moved away, it kind of brought in another problem. So now we're kind of moving away from the greatness that this book has given us to the subtle issues that it causes. So, because I know how many fans come as a result of this book, I'm going to warn you that it's going to feel uncomfortable to hear me say the next few things. But I promise you, if you stick with me and you listen, you will understand how, wow, I didn't think about it that way. And this actually could be causing issues in my relationship or my perspective or my approach towards relationships. So I'm going to pivot, and again, brace yourself, because it's kind of me taking a sacred cow from you, taking a belief that you just knew to be true. So I'm going to dive in. I'm going to read a little bit from a piece that I had written. So this is kind of where it pivots and goes to what's bad about the book. So while the 5 love languages does a great job of steering people away from generalizing men and women, consequently, it's at the expense of transitioning the reader to another repackaged taught belief and generalizations. Let me show you what I mean. To identify with and proclaim that your love language is words of affirmation, physical touch, quality time, etc., and that's just how you're wired or how you are, is no different from saying that he or she is a Leo or a Pisces or a Capricorn. So what they did makes sense. You know how we talk, well, oh, she a Gemini, she crazy. He or he's got split personalities. You know how Pisces are, you know how those Capricorn, we identify with these things and we suggest that a person is this because they were told that this is what they are. And that is just dangerous. And even in the sense that when you start doing stuff like that, you start searching for who you are and what the thing says that you're supposed to be, as opposed to identifying who you are, being a student of self, recognizing your strengths and your weaknesses, and having the opportunity to work on them or even strengthen them even more, and going from there. So I know that it might be conceptually frustrating for me to correlate your truth with the teachings of zodiac signs, but let's do it this way. I'm gonna read 5 sentences out loud just so that you can really conceptualize where it is that we're headed in this, the psychology behind where this kind of gets bad. So the first sentence reads as thus. It says, I don't want to affirm, encourage, or speak kindly towards my spouse because I love her. Second sentence, I don't want to spend quality time with my mate because I love him. Third sentence, I don't want to give gifts to my spouse because I love him. Fourth sentence, I don't want to serve my partner because I love her. Fifth sentence, I don't want to touch my spouse because I love him. Interesting, right? Like, you can't say one out of those five sentences out loud and sound sane. You can't even feel sane saying those things out loud. It doesn't compute. It doesn't correlate to what love is. So you know why saying those sentences out loud sounds crazy is because at your core, you know that all of the gestures that I shared are acts of love. Now, with that being said, if you're so interested in knowing about and experiencing love, how can you be passionate and a fanatic about being and identifying with only one of the five love languages? I'm almost willing to bet you never thought about that. Now, want to hear something else that's interesting? You probably don't at this point. But I'm gonna read five more sentences, and I want you to hear how these translate. First sentence, I don't want to affirm, encourage, or speak kindly toward my spouse because I hate her. Second sentence, I don't want to spend quality time with my mate because I hate him. Third sentence, I don't want to share gifts with my spouse because I hate him. I In fourth sentence, I don't want to serve my partner because I hate her. Fifth and last sentence, I don't want to touch my spouse because I hate him. Now, isn't that interesting? If you say the five sentences that I just read out loud with hate at the end, they all sound sane. It might not sound nice, but it makes sense to say out loud, or they make sense to say out loud when you use the word hate at the end of it. So let's conceptualize this. Our selfishness, I apologize, leaves us in denial of the hateful things that we indirectly proclaim that we struggle to be able to do or say for our partners or for others. Still excited about just being one out of the five love languages? So, when you walk in the true essence of love, the five love languages are the natural fruits of your interactions with your mate. This is why it's natural to maneuver in the characteristics of the five love languages when you're dating, and you've concluded that you've fallen in love because in that window of time, you're literally walking in love, the essence of love. So, what is love? If I was to ask you to give examples of acts of love, you would give examples of things that people do for others, not what people get from others. Love is the act of giving with no expectations of a return, period. Love is not reciprocal. Any act of giving with expectation of a return is a transaction, or I like to say manipulation. It's not love. Love is not give and take. it just looks like give and take in a relationship when it's done correctly, because both people are giving one to another. To protest that he or she doesn't know your love language is to imply that he or she isn't doing something for you, which means that you aren't speaking from a place of love, which is giving. You are speaking from a frustrated place of manipulation, which is seeking to receive a return on what you have given. I can hear your thoughts. So if I'm not going to get anything out of the relationship, then what's the point? Or if you are the intellectual debater, you're thinking, well, if they aren't doing these things for me, then they aren't giving from a place of love. Because, like you said earlier in this conversation, love is giving. And the only way that I know he or she is giving is if I'm getting. Touche. Both thoughts and rebuttals would be valid, which leads to the ugly point of this. So we've moved from being a little bit uncomfortable about learning that just identifying with one might suggest that you don't necessarily love your mate. You might be being conformed or institutionalized into thinking that this is how you are, this is how you're wired, and this is how you should be, to now, matter of fact, I digress. I'm not even going to the ugly yet. We're going to stick to the bad thing about this, the concepts that we just kind of invaded, that we kind of made us question if is this really how I should be or how I am, or is this me finding an excuse to not work on things that I should be working on? Or better yet, is this an excuse for me not to be responsible? Because if I am trying to force him or her to start giving me gifts so that I can feel love, then maybe our bills aren't getting paid. And I just need to work on my self-esteem issues and being an adult and actually saying that there's a difference between need and a want. Or let's go to let's see, what do we have? We got quality time. You might want quality time, but now we go back into finances again. You want the bills paid. You all have created a lifestyle that has allowed for you to enjoy your household and your trips and things of that nature. But if the need to maintain it requires you to work in order for you to do that, the quality time that you're asking for might not be the quality time that you can have. So now we have a dilemma. Do we need to adjust our lifestyle so that he or she does not have to work as hard, so that we don't have to have the lack of quality time so that we can accommodate the expenses that we've created? What about the serving part? Being served, is that an ego thing? I am the man or the queen of my house, so I am supposed to get what it is that the man gets first. Are we going back to generalizations? I'm supposed to get the big piece of chicken. I eat before the children get to eat, before the entire household gets to eat. Is that really, are we leaning on something that is suggestive that it's a crutch for something that you actually need to be working on, or actually seeing yourself like you're doing right now? And I'm glad that you stayed this long, because I know it's uncomfortable. What about the touch? Is it possible that you actually conceptualize love with just touch, which is physical, when love is really deeper than that, a deeper connection? Now, mind you, I already stated that having one of these sounds crazy. We've read the 5 sentences, so please don't misunderstand, but please also consider what it is that we're talking about. Some people use these quote unquote needs to justify the things that they need to be working on or maturing in or getting counsel for or therapy for, because they've had trauma that caused them to think that because I do something, I'm supposed to get gifts. My mom or dad did it. Every time I did a good job in school, I was rewarded. I look for accolades and rewards and things of that. So I need that encouragement from someone else so that I can feel valued, which suggests that you don't have value yourself. But we haven't gone there because that's the ugly. We're headed there. But I want to kind of talk about all of these things that we identify with that suggest that this is who or what I am, and how I'm fighting for my woman or for my man to finally understand and get this. And if he or she actually loved me, they would do these things to accommodate the need that I have. Serving, I think we discussed that. Gifts, we discussed that. That could be you just being irresponsible with your finances, not being a steward, and you're justifying that being your love language. We've already talked about touch. You might be trying to scratch a spiritual or emotional itch with a physical scratcher. So now you always want to feel touched so that you can feel wanted. We've already discussed gifts. We've already discussed serving. Serving, like, is that beneath you to serve one, or is to be served? Is that something that is suggestive of you feeling like you are deserving of being? This is what who I am. This is what I'm supposed to have as the man or woman. You know what? I'm gonna put a pin in it. I'm gonna put a period right there. We're gonna stop with the bad, but that kind of gets us to the ugly though, right? So let's go ahead and tap into this, the ugly side of this. So it kind of gets worse, because the ugly aspect of this is you can only need what you don't have. I'm gonna say that again. You can only need what you don't have. So if we are suggesting that my spouse isn't doing this for me, and this is what I need to be happy, this is what I need to be loved, you can only need what you don't have. So the fact that you need someone else to give a love language to you in order for your love tank to be filled, or you to be fulfilled, implies that you lack the language, which means that you aren't giving the characteristics that your love language requires you to have to yourself, which ultimately means that you don't love yourself just as much as you accuse your spouse or mate of not loving you. Now let's unpack that, because now we got to look in the mirror. Now we have to take responsibility for our happiness or lack thereof. Again, don't misconstrue what it is that I'm saying. Don't misrepresent what it is that I'm saying. As I shared in the conversation earlier, love is give. It's not give and take. It's not reciprocal. But if you're in the right relationship, it looks and feels like give and take, because both are just freely and lovingly giving. So if your happiness and fulfillment is no one's job but yours, To have a mate that gives to you from a place of love, be it the 5 love languages and beyond, should be your overflow. See, I've been married for 20 years, going on 21 years. And one thing that we know and we understand is that our happiness is not anyone's responsibility but our own. My wife's job is not to make me happy. My job is not to make my wife happy. Our happiness is our responsibility. And matter of fact, let's unpack it. If you suggest that someone else needs to do something for you to feel loved or to feel happy, you don't even know how to help them do that because you don't have that already. That's what we said earlier. You can only need what you don't have. So you haven't even mastered how to feel loved if you need someone else to make you feel loved. I need us to really sit with that. Really look at yourself in the mirror and say, well, wow, I didn't think about it that way. How can I have the audacity to suggest that my wife or my husband is supposed to make me happy, which means I lack happiness, which means I'm not making me happy. And if you're not making you happy, you haven't even figured out what makes you happy. So how in the world can you expect for someone else to do it when you haven't even figured out how to do it yet? You don't even know how to love you yet, so that you can articulate for the person how to love you effectively. So the lack of shared love in a relationship or romantic relationship doesn't stem from the partner not giving. It stems from the partner looking to receive it, not starting with it. So if you don't start with love, that's the problem. That's where you're looking to have your cup filled or refilled. So you are looking to your partner to assist in you actually feeling like you are someone. And that's the journey that we have to take. What in the world do I need to do so that I am happy or I feel loved? Because the reality of all of this relationship stuff is, and I hate to say it, but this is the reality, the harsh reality. You're going to lose your spouse. I did a dramatic pause intentionally. You're going to lose your spouse. That's inevitable. You're either going to lose them to death or divorce. The 2 D's. You're either going to lose your spouse to death or divorce. One thing that makes me feel like I get tense, I get frustrated when people ask me, where's your other half? To suggest that my wife makes me whole. That is insane. And what I mean by that is I'm whole by myself. My wife does not complete me. These are words and statements that we say that sound so nice and so loving because we suggested that a person causes us to be or have a being or a purpose. But when they're gone, then what? Now I'm 50%? That is insane. Not even considering the fact that you were a whole before you became an item. And that's why a lot of times when people transition, be it through the divorce or through death, they die or they just lose themselves after, because their whole identity was in that other person. You should be whole before you're with someone, and you should be whole while you're with someone. You should be living harmoniously as individuals. That does not suggest that you are trying to get someone to become like you. That is suggesting that you remain you. You pick the person that you love as they are, who might not be like you, and you two make beautiful music together, one sound, while sustaining your individuality. You should be constantly growing and evolving as yourself. They should be constantly growing and evolving as themselves, and you should love who that person is. And with that, it would allow for you to identify that, okay, this is what's happening. He or she is, let's do that. Now I'm about to go off in tangents now. Listen to how selfish the concepts have gotten for us, where we can suggest that he or she does not love or know my love language. We can point out and say he or she, his love language is touch, or he or she, their love language is affirmation, or he or she, their love language is gifts, quality time. We can articulate that. We get so good at this book that we can articulate that this person is that, but they don't take the time. We get upset. He or she does not take the time to learn my love language, which means he or she is not doing to me what it is that I want to do. Now, I say all that to show how selfish we are, because what that means is you've identified that their default setting is this type of action as far as the quote unquote love language, right? Yet you can't identify that when they go to their default setting, that's literally them expressing love. But because you're not getting your way, you automatically deem that to be the person not loving you. That's kind of interesting. How in the world can you conclude that the person does not love you when you identified that that is their love language? So basically what we've concluded is, which is chapter 2 in my book, is that it's not that they don't love you, y'all just don't love alike. So if you can identify that they're responding a certain way, yes, you can teach them that, hey, this is my preference, but you can also identify the fact that they're doing that because that's their preference, but they're still showing you love. They're still expressing love to you. So in conclusion, I want to say, for one, I appreciate you taking the ride. Two, I know we have discussed some things that have you like, I know he didn't. I know he did not talk about me like that. Well, I had to talk about myself too. I thought about those things. I have to counsel people who they're actually using this whole love language thing as a weapon that's destroying their relationship, when it's literally a shift in perspective. Because as we discussed the 5 sentences, how can you honestly say that you love your spouse, but you only express that through one of these 5 things? I'll wait. But on the same token, what you can do is you can express that you hate your spouse by doing all of these 5 things, or not doing all of these 5 things. When you're really moving in the essence of love, it's a reflex to do these things. That's why it comes as such a shock at a pivotal point of a relationship when the people actually stop doing them, because naturally we will become people that touch or give gifts or things of that nature throughout the process of the beginning of a relationship, because that's when we're moving in the essence of love, as I shared earlier. But when you get to a place of the consistencies and, again, your default settings, who you actually are, those things typically, they dwindle and we lose sight of them, and as opposed to becoming intentional about doing them because we do love the person, even though that is not who we are, we kind of just get lazy, and we need to stop that. We need to be intentional about our actions towards our respective partners and our mates. Not overwhelmingly so, but acknowledging that these are what loving people do. These are things that loving people do. This is how we respond to one another. So I need to get some touches in. I need to get some gifts in. I need to do that. But it needs to make sense. It needs to not be used as some type of enablement or crutch to not be a responsible adult. And I've already brought up my book. My book is called The Handbook for Increasing Your Relationship IQ. I'll say that slower because it's pretty long. Matter of fact, let me give you a picture of the cover. It's The Handbook for Increasing Your Relationship IQ. If you have questions, comments, you want to fuss me out, you want to have an intellectual conversation about the things that we discussed today, you can reach me directly at my email address, which is Edward L. Fairley. You see that on the screen. No dot though. Edward L. Fairley at No Love Inc. That's KNOWLOVEINC.com. Or you can go to my website, which is noloveinc.com, to look at the other things that we have. I've invented a simulator. I'm not sure if you've seen that episode. I do coaching, but these are the things foundationally broken first before you can really get into the essence of being a loving person, not even a partner, a loving person.
Absolutely. This is amazing. This has been amazing. Thank you so much, Ed, for sharing your expertise on the Black Business Network. This information is so vital and so needed for relationships, not just of the past, but today and for future reference. So we definitely appreciate you. If you don't mind, could you share your contact information one more time for our audience?
I don't mind at all. My email address is Edward L. Fairley. That's F as in Frank, AIRLEY at No Love Inc. KNOWLOVEINC.com.
All right, excellent. I would like to just, if you don't mind, ask a few questions in reference to.
I don't mind.
Excellent,
Please come on.
excellent. Um, in just in reference to relationships today, why do you feel people are moving away from marriage versus actually now having an opportunity to get married, be in relationship with each other, versus, just cohabitating? They just, I don't want to get married, or they stay in these long-term situations because they feel like that is happier, that is more peaceful. What are your thoughts?
There's a couple things. The stigma of marriage. I can tell you, just being around people, you listen to the conversation, the subtle statements that they make about being a married partner. So let me say it this way. Our representation of marriage is terrible. We do not have many couples that we say, you know what, I want that in my life. So if we don't represent marriage well because we're not doing it correctly, then who would aspire to want to do that? Why do I want to sign up for that? When I can just do this, this seems to be working out fine. And then the last thing is, it's the mirror. A lot of people don't like to look in the mirror and see themselves. Today, this segment was looking in the mirror, seeing where you contribute to your issue, as opposed to having someone to blame for your issue. When you get married, there is no more hiding. You can't hide yourself. It is consistently seeing yourself, either seeing your flaws, seeing your anger issues, seeing your frustrations, seeing your lack of ability to communicate. It's a mirror. And if you're not fine with looking in the mirror, you're not going to be fine with being married.
Absolutely. And I love the piece that you spoke on in reference to happiness, that your spouse or your significant other is responsible for their own happiness. I know coming into relationships myself, and then, of course, coaching others through relationship, I let them know your significant other or your spouse is to add to your happiness, not make you
Yeah,
happy. Because, like you
exactly.
said, if you're not finding that happiness, that joy within, then it's very difficult for someone to come in and take on the responsibility and holding them accountable for your happiness. So
Which means you didn't even do it yourself. You didn't hold yourself accountable. Because why do you need happiness? Because you don't have it.
you don't have it. Yeah, so I'm to add to my significant other's happiness because it already supposed to be there, you know?
Exactly.
And like when they say, 50-50 relationships, I said, no, I need you to come 100.
Please, please. If I came to you as just a torso, you'd
Yes,
probably look at me a little strange. So, so
absolutely.
come on. Where's the other half? Come on now. We gotta do
Absolutely.
better.
Absolutely. And with couples today, are what are you finding is the most difficult challenge in relationships today?
Honestly, like it all boils down to love. I suggested earlier that we as a culture are taught that manipulation is really what love is. And
Mhm.
that's give and take. That means I've done something for you and you are supposed to do something back for me. That's not love, no matter how you slice it. And what we don't realize is to really move in love, it's a superpower. If I did something for my wife as a gesture, be it gifts, be it time, be it whatever, if I did that to suggest that I love her, that is just an extension of me showing her that I love her without any expectations of anything in return. I can't be frustrated at what she doesn't do back to me or what she does do back towards me because that was not the intent behind my action. Everyone's expectations are based off of again manipulation. So when they do stuff, that's why you have a whole list. I do this for him, I do this for her, I did this, and I didn't get anything back. Your frustration is because your expectation was my actions should yield me results as opposed to my actions just being loving. That's what's destroying relationships.
Understood. And as a married man yourself, are you finding it difficult for other married men to bend their ear concerning love and relationships? Because I'm hearing more men speak to the hearts of men concerning relationship. However, I'm not seeing men being receptive. There's always going to be someone who's going to not agree with what is being said concerning how men should treat a woman, concerning how men should operate in relationship. What say you?
Well, I am definitely an enigma. Men talk to me about relationships all the time. The text messages that I get, and that's because going back to what I said, I am an example of what love is. So I give men permission to be loving because they didn't know that that was something that they could be and that it could be masculine, so to speak, to do it. It is such a when people realize the strength in love, the strength in the concept of love, men would definitely embrace it. It's just packaged. Typically, when we talk about relationships, it's packaged in the manner that it's supposed to be for women. It's not for us. So if you make it that way, we're going to shy from it. It's interesting, like you just said, you're having groups, they're not talking about relationships. You'll bring us together and we'll talk about relationships. When you all have your women's group, y'all are talking about relationships. So if we're not talking about it, if we're not sharing, if we're not openly affectionate towards our mates, there's no example that says that that is okay. I had a guy
Understood.
tell me, man, you wear bright colors. I saw you wear a bright pink shirt. He literally said to me, he said, I was like, man, I think I could do that. At first, I wouldn't wear pink, but I give people permission to be things that culture told them that they couldn't. And I show them and I make it look good. So,
Absolutely.
so
Absolutely.
if you present it in a manner that it looks appealing, people will be attracted to it.
Well, I thank you so much, Mr. Fairley. This has been an amazing conversation and information that you have put out there. We thank you so much for being a part of the Black Business Network, and we appreciate your expertise. And remember, genius is common, and I will see you on the other side.
Thank you for having me.
Dr. Eric Kelly III and a host of phenomenal speakers from all around the globe for this 7-day virtual event that you don't want to miss.
The mission of the Black Business Expo is to raise scholarship money from kids all the way from high school all the way from college. The Black Business Olympics is one of the largest Black business showcases in the world. It is an opportunity for businesses and companies to showcase their businesses globally. We are going to be giving away laptops up to $5,000 away to students. Again, I'm Olivia Appleberry, the founder of 2 Cents Finance and one of the speakers for the expo. I am so excited to see you there. For more info, go to www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-308-9090 and hope to see you there.
I am Black Business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep. Yes, I am Black Business. I am Black Business. Tell me, are you Black Business? I am Black Business. Do you support Black businesses? Listen, I support Black business because I am Black Business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black business in the world. The world! Sign up today at www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-308-9090. I am Black Business.
I am Black Business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep, I am Black Business. I am Black Business. Are you Black Business? I am Black Business. Do you support Black businesses? I support Black business because I am Black Business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black America in North Carolina.
Join Dr. Eric Kelly III and a host of phenomenal speakers from all around the globe for this 7-day virtual event that you don't want to miss.
The mission of the Black Business Expo is to raise scholarship money from kids all the way from high school all the way from college. The Black Business Olympics is one of the largest Black business showcases in the world. It is an opportunity for businesses and companies to showcase their businesses globally. We are going to be giving away laptops up to $5,000 away to students. Again, I'm Olivia Appleberry, the founder of 2 Cents Finance and one of the speakers for the expo. I am so excited to see you there. For more info, go to www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-308-9090 and hope to see you there.
I am Black Business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep. Yes, I am Black Business. I am Black Business. Tell me, Are you Black Business? Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black business in the world.
Hey everyone, it's Grant McGaugh, CEO of 5-Star BDM and host of the award-winning Follow the Brand podcast and TV series, where I help you to build a 5-star brand that people will follow. My genius is personal brand development through intelligent communication and helping you achieve your business and career goals. I am a requested speaker on digital technology and brand development issues. I want to work with you to increase the value of your current opportunities while attracting new ones. Every one of you is unique, and we all share challenges that can be addressed through smart branding. As a super connector, I work with you as an executive coach to guide you along the complicated business and career development road, providing the enhancement tools and information you need to succeed. Together, I will help you succeed in today's challenging business climate. I will evaluate and measure your progress. Best of all, I am right alongside you every step of the way. Build the brand called you. Genius is coming.
Every speaker has a moment where their words can spark inspiration, drive change, and transform lives. But what happens after the applause fades? With 5-Star BDM, your voice doesn't have to fade. We transform your live session into a professional ebook. Imagine your session becoming a permanent, interactive asset, reaching new audiences across the globe. Like Grant McGaugh and Dr. Eric Kelly III, whose session on the Mindset Revolution continues to inspire thousands through their custom ebook. Your ideas can become a lasting impact. Turn your session into an ebook that not only tells your story, but expands your reach, builds your brand, and engages your audience. With embedded videos, custom graphics, and a stunning flipbook or PDF format, your message will inspire long after the event is over. And for a limited time only during the Black Business Olympics, get your custom ebook today. This is your chance to transform your message into something truly unforgettable at an unbeatable price. Your package includes a professionally designed ebook, a flipbook or PDF, embedded video of your session, and custom graphics. Everything you need to showcase your message in a way that lasts. With 5-Star BDM, your session becomes more than a moment. It becomes an opportunity for growth, greater visibility, and lasting impact. See your influence multiply as your message reaches new clients, partnerships, and platforms. Ready to turn your ideas into a global movement? Visit 5starbdm.com to secure your custom ebook today. Your audience is ready to listen.
Infection control and nursing for over 30 years. It is truly my passion. I love being able to see people who are in need go into a facility and get quality care, have quality outcomes, and don't leave with anything they didn't come in with. Infection control experts is really about having the ability to partner with facilities, partner with organizations who may not have the resources to be able to make sure their residents or patients, depending on the setting, get the best care that they have. What we're finding a lot of times is a lot of people are wearing many different hats, and staffing is hard right now. And COVID did a whopper on all of healthcare, and everyone is hurting. So I come in, and our organization, we're here to be that support system for them, to provide that extra pair of hands, the innovation that they need for efficiencies, things that are going to make the difference in what happens. And we don't come in when the surveyors come in. What differentiates us is we're their partner. So when you get us, but we're helping you proactively monitor, proactively engage, proactively look at real-time information so that we can make the difference ahead of time.
Follow the Brand TV broadcast host, Grant McGaugh, as he visits with top executives and entrepreneurs to find out their secrets of success with their personal brand. Follow the Brand TV broadcast host as he focuses on brand development to build better relationships, bring value to your business, relationships, and career. You will enjoy listening to each episode that is tailored to speak to you directly. If you're looking for this type of clarity in terms of building your brand, you have tuned into the right station. Each episode will help you to shape a conversation in the 5-star BDM network of 20,000 professionals and become a springboard for your corporate engagement and business opportunities. Each guest will frame their story in the areas of personal branding, business development, career development, financial empowerment, and technology innovation. Grant McGaugh explains why he is the CEO and owner of his own professional career. Grant is an accomplished business leader and entrepreneur who wants to give back to individuals to grow their personal brand strategy. Tune in as he weaves his story about new possibilities, while to you exceed expectations. If you love storytelling, this show will make for fun.
I am from Washington, D.C., but I was raised in Durham, North Carolina. I came to Durham when I was about 5 or 6, and then I traveled back and forth to D.C. because it's where my people are from. One of the unique things about my family is my mother, she's also an artist. She does quilting, and she does a lot of artistic things. And then my son, he draws with both hands, his right hand and his left hand, like I do. So that's kind of a family trait. And then my other son, he's a videographer, and my daughter, she works, she's a regional vice president for Sunglass Lab. When you start out drawing and sketching, you want to continue to explore, each avenue. I do pastels, I do pen and ink, I do painting, I do acrylics. I haven't done oils yet. But I try to do all facets of art. What I say to a lot of times to people is, you can't put yourself in a box when you're an artist. You have to explore. And over the course of my life, I've tried to explore different mediums. I also do sculpture as well. I choose my subjects by the intensity that they have in their faces, or the intensity that somebody is moving, because I do more than portrait drawings. I also do I do abstract, and then I do figurative drawing also. Well, what happened in this particular show is that I started out trying to come up with something that would be a little bit different than what everybody else is doing. So I was working on a Barack Obama show, and they wanted me to do some paintings of Barack. And so what I did was, because of the deadlines, I kind of did it kind of fast. And then I realized when I was doing it fast, I enjoyed it. And so then I started doing other pieces the same way, and I started to enjoy those pieces also. And so I came up with this particular style, and it's a style of lines and colors. And what's interesting is that when I was in college, I did a show called Lines, Colors, and I talked about the boldness of the blacks, the hotness of the whites, and this is how this has come about, later on in my life. And the colors comes from a lot of the entertainers that I work with, where they wear different colors. They don't wear, your plain reds or your whites. They wear different colors, and so that's also another piece of what's giving me the colors. The subtitle of this show is Faces That Speak Life. That's real critical. Faces that speak life. Each one of these pieces is a life source and a life energy that's being put on display for people that are looking at it. I always say in terms of my art, it's not important that I draw them. It's important what you get out of what I draw. I don't try to just draw it because you like it. People wanted me to do prints. I didn't do prints. People asked me to do different people, but the people that I choose are people that make a difference in the lives of people in the world. So the human landscape idea was, again, as I say, the lines represent your emotions, it represents your ideas, and it represents your journey as a human being. And that's why you get the different pieces and the different looks. And as you notice, I try not to do one look that looks alike another look. And that's what's the most important part of this show.
You are in the right place at the right time. The Black Business Network opens again for its Black Business Olympics, a 24/7 broadcast on business, strategies, global branding, social media marketing, finance, advertisement, and much, much more. Featuring the top
What if you could build your own city? A place where every child can find nurturing people to help them achieve their full potential. A place where every adult can access job training support. Where health education is abundant. Where social justice ruled the land. A place without limitations. Welcome. You have arrived at STEM City USA. It is what every city should be. A safe and trusted community where you find people and resources to help you become everything you are and beyond. STEM City is unlike anything you have ever experienced. It is a digital twin of the world around you, only better. STEM City is about energy and soul renewal. It is more than a digital world. You can almost feel the power of live cultural events, music, and theater. STEM City promises a better future for children with caring mentors and hands-on activities with dedicated tutors to support our youth. STEM City is your passport to a healthy lifestyle with weekly events addressing our community's many issues. STEM City is your financial well-being with helpful information on wealth management, career advancement, job training, and so much more. STEM City is the community you deserve. It is the city where your dreams can come true. STEM City USA, a place in the sky that is accessible to all who reach for the stars.
Good day, business owners, entrepreneurs, thought leaders, and corporations. Welcome to the Black Business Network. My name is Coach Taisha McCoy, and I am your business moderator for this session of the Black Business Network. The Black Business Network is a 24-hour business network showcasing Black businesses, business owners, entrepreneurs, and thought leaders worldwide. We have speakers in North Carolina, London, Singapore, Africa, Japan, and cities all over the United States. The Black Business Network is a global community, sharing its business knowledge to empower, inspire, and educate businesses about business. We would like to have a special conversation with Mr. Ed Fairley in reference to his book. And remember, genius is common, and I will see you on the other side.
Good morning. Welcome back.
Greetings and good morning. Welcome back. Excellent. It's so good to have you back with us because we want to just have a special conversation with you, asking some more questions in reference to your book. And then, of course, just some relationship building that I'm sure most would appreciate if they're seeking relationships in one currently, or if they just come out of one and they're just not sure what next steps to take. So let's dive in. Absolutely.
Please.
So I know we left off on the question in reference to the hearts of men concerning relationship. You're saying that you have men that are willing to talk with you and speak with you in reference to relationships and what they're doing. And you're saying once you get in the group, men are no longer having that conversation, but women are. How are you able at this day and time to change the thought process of the man in relationship today, or the man seeking relationship, or the man who has come out of relationship?
Well, my approach, for one, is not to change their thought process. My approach is to be an example that suggests that causes someone to ask, which means they're receptive to change, and then I get to share. So it's more so, oh, by the way, like I don't go around telling people that I'm a relationship coach or counselor. For one, that's weird. Like, I don't even know, when would you just randomly say that? I have people that find out that I've written a book, I've invented a self-counseling board game, and they get mad at me. How could you not say that? Like, I'm like, well, when in the conversation was that supposed to happen? Like, when do you just randomly say you did those things if we're just out and about having casual conversation or at a function or what have you? So I say all that to say it's more of a, oh, by the way, this is what I do because of a question that was asked of me. So if I am maneuvering or moving in a manner that attracts the fruit that I have to you as a male, it will just naturally cause you to ask me questions about what or whomever. On top of the fact that I don't know what it is about me, but I have a face that not just male, but male and female, for some reason, just tell me anything. Like, they feel like, hey, you know what? I don't know why I'm telling you this. And then they just go and they share. And because I'm just not a judgmental person, and half the time they think that they're going to share something that is going to make me question them or make them look bad. And when they see that it doesn't move me at all, then they're really curious as to how in the world did you not, indirectly is what they're saying, how did you not judge me when I just shared that? How in the world did you not conclude that I'm a terrible person when I shared that information with you? And when that happens, that allows for me to freely speak, and then I'm more transparent. Love goes first. So I'll share the things that I'm like, you think that's bad? I've done this. I've said this. You think that's bad? And when they feel comfortable enough to listen, but also to know that I've come from a space that's probably darker than yours and gotten myself out of it, they're welcoming the journey of how do I get out of that dark space. So that's how I do it.
Understood. So moving Forward, do you find that in this day and time, men who are divorced are seeking relationship or are able to hop back into relationships quicker and faster than women? And why?
So I'll say yes and no. Everyone, I don't care who you are, wants to be loved and desired. Everyone. So now people are hurt and they're damaged by other people. And because of that, they're not so interested in jumping back in a vulnerable position to where they can be hurt and damaged by more people. So that's why it's a yes and it's a no. But there's also the people that are damaged and don't know that they're damaged. So they immediately get back into a relationship so that they can feel whole or complete, which only leads them back to being hurt again because their expectation is the external thing is supposed to make my internal happy. And that's just not realistic, nor is it possible when you haven't even figured out how to make yourself happy or feel love.
Understood. I mean, I know this is helping a tremendous amount of people out here today. I know that moving forward, when there is a breakdown in the marriage, what do you feel is the best course of communication to get people back on track? Because a lot of times people are like, well, I got to walk on eggshells. I can't, talk with them in this manner because I feel I'm going to hurt their feelings. Or I've seen even people who say, I'm not ready to have that conversation with them because they're afraid. What do you say to that?
I had to write that down so I don't forget to address. That is the most common one.
Yes.
I don't want to hurt their feelings. So this is really what they're saying. I don't want to disturb the peace in my household, is what they're really saying by saying I can't have that conversation. So, oh, this is painful. But the reality is, if you're keeping the peace by not saying something, you're causing a war within. So there's still no peace.
I gotta write that down.
Second thing, a person that says that with no exceptions to the rule has a low self-esteem. Now, I'm going to explain how that is because
But yes, please explain to me.
To suggest that I'm going to keep your peace by not sharing what I feel or I want suggests that I don't love me enough for you to know how I feel. So just being in that predicament suggests that you don't love yourself. This sounds terrible coming from a person that's supposedly a love coach or a love counselor, but my wife's feelings are going to be hurt way before my feelings are going to be hurt. And that's because I'm going to share how I feel about a predicament. Now, let's analyze this. And this is really what's happening and what's going to happen and what's happening in people's households when this stuff like this happens. You don't share, right? You don't share. It could be in the bedroom, which is typically in the bedroom. You don't share. I don't want to hurt his feelings. I don't want to hurt her feelings. She doesn't do this. He doesn't do that, or what have you. I don't want to hurt her feelings. So you don't say anything to prevent them, but you continue to have that experience. Now, my question to you is, if you don't share, is it their fault that you keep having that experience? Can they correct the wrong that they don't know is wrong? How in the world can it be fixed if you never bring it up? And how do you know if you're really the that is for you if you don't bring it. And see, that's what the real issue is. Because, and that goes back to self-esteem, because what's really happening is, man, if I say this to him or her, she might leave me. He or she might leave me. This is what I want. This is my preference. Or he or she might think I'm too freaky, or whatever the thought process of psyche, which again goes back to you not loving yourself. You can't love yourself enough to say that this is what I want and this is what I would like. So, and it goes back to, I'm passionate about the preventative measures, which is having you love yourself first before you get into a relationship, because you won't deal with this if you select properly, because you started with a loving place, or from a loving place of being whole by yourself. And oftentimes we seek completion. We seek for someone to give me what I lack. So now I feel whole. So now this is an exchange whereby I need him or her. Now, my wife knows, and I'm intentional about her being at a place to where I do not need that woman. I want my wife. I have chosen someone who I love the being that she is. I love her, and I'm not trying to change her, and I don't need anything that she has. But when she provides is very, very beneficial. I absolutely enjoy it, but I do not need her. I know how to cook. I know how to clean. I know how to keep my house in order. I know how to raise my children. I can help them with homework. I can wash clothes. I can do dishes. I can do all of those things that she can do. My job as a spouse and as a father is to make my wife as independent of me as possible. Why? Because I love her. And what do I mean by that? Because if I do not provide her with the ability to do the things that I can do, when I die, she's immediately going to try to find my replacement, because she needs that void that I left her with. So now she's going and she's desperately looking for a need because I did not equip her to not need. But I love myself to know that I can equip you with who I am, because I feel that you're going to want me and stay. But what we do have is people, again, manipulation, that they don't want you to know, because they think that once you are able to make your own money, able to cook for yourself, able to clean for yourself, able to do all of this stuff around the house, you might not need me. And you know what? If you don't need me, you're gonna leave me. So now the question is, are you needed or you wanted? And which one would you prefer?
Segue in reference to what you just said. So I have found that there are so many men out here who claim, I want to feel needed. When I hear this statement, or I gather the concept of their need, I say, well, the needs could be very different in every relationship. A woman needing you not just to change her tire or check her oil, she may need you to be honest. She may need you to be loyal. She may need you to be communicative. She may need you to be aware of her feelings and her emotions. So why does the need, like when a man says, I want to feel needed, where is that really coming from? What part of the brain, heart, mind, body is the need really coming from? At least the majority of men, should I say.
All right, so a couple things I need to discuss. There's nothing that you said that's not a woman thing. I understand that you're receiving it from men, but it's not gender specific at all.
Well, they might
Everything,
not be
no, no,
receiving it.
no, I get it. I get it. But again, so this is not a man's concept. It's not a woman's concept, because I know women that are, again, I intentionally put topics like cooking and things that supposedly are gender specific. I intentionally put them in the conversation to let you understand that this has nothing to do. Again, I can cook. Matter of fact, I'm the cook of my house. My wife is not. If my wife is cooking, there's only 5 meals that I know it's going to be one out of. But I am the cook in my house, and they're not big meals or what have you. So these gender roles, these things that we have in our mind, we can debunk them. But to answer your question, anyone that feels needed is someone that lacks affirmation of themselves. They lack value. That's the only reason why you would feel needed. So you try to put yourself in predicaments. We do the same thing with jobs. We do all of this stuff to say, hey, look at me. I'm important, because we don't have self-validation. We don't know for ourselves. So we need something external to suggest that I'm valuable because you don't feel valuable. That's all it is. Anyone that suggests I want to feel needed, it just means that they don't feel valuable. It's literally a cry for help that they need to work on giving themselves. But again, we get so caught up in, I say it like this. When you look through the eyes of trauma, everything seems traumatic. Everything. So even when you are being given love or forgiveness, you can't receive it because you don't think that that's possible for you. So you could literally be in a loving situation and not receive it because of how you depict or view yourself, or depict or view what love is. And what I mean by that is there's so many women and even men that have been in abusive relationships their entire lives to where they have concluded that, oh, this is what love is. So they fight for that picture in their respective relationship when that's not what love is.
Absolutely. Absolutely. When it comes to healthy relationships, because there are so many people who, can put their own spin on it, because a lot of people were saying, well, I don't want to have the relationship that my grandparents had, or that my mom and dad had, or my mom and her significant. I want us to create our own idea of marriage and what we want and what we need and how it should be. But yet one of those spouses or one of those individuals is like, well, no, that's what I grew up with. This is all I know. I only know how my grandmother treated granddad. I only know how mom treated dad. How do I now come into a new relationship with someone who has a new idea of what marriage should look like?
A couple things. The answer to that is twofold. I absolutely love that question. Oh my God. All right. So but I have to address the two things when it comes to that. Actually, matter of fact, I'm gonna first start with that's what my premarital counseling looks like. So if you're listening right now, I'm gonna give you premarital counseling in less than 3 minutes. It's the simplest thing in the world. But again, once you know it, you can't unknow it, and you're stuck with this truth. This is how my premarital counseling works. I have the two people there. They suggest that they want to be married. I say, hey, write down on a piece of paper or several pieces of paper what you think is going to happen after he or she says I do. When y'all go to the actual altar, I want you to draw it out. What it is that you think is going to happen. What's your relationship going to look like after you two say I do? They write it out. All right. They're going in, they're writing everything down. Now, this is what happens after that. I either say switch papers or I say read them out loud. And this is what happens. And I promise this aligns with what you just shared. Typically, you have one person who has been in a relationship for the season that they were in. It could be a year, 2 years, 5 years, 10 years. And they say, you know what? We've had this relationship. I love what's going on, and I could do this for the rest of my life. I want to get married to this person right here, him or her. And then you have the other person who you just talked about. They have a picture of what marriage is. That is not what these two people have been experiencing for the last several years, last months, last whatever. That's not what they've been experiencing. But because they have defined marriage as this picture, they think that after they say I do, that this is what's going to now come to fruition. So when they say I do, as opposed to them saying I do want to do this for the rest of my life, they're saying, I do want you to now be home by 9, as opposed to you coming in at any time of the night. I do want you to spend time with the children. I do want you to stop talking to me like that. I do want you to stop hitting me. I do want this thing to change. So now these two people have evidence that this person actually loves you because they want you to remain you, or this person wants you to not be you, which means they don't love you. Now we have a dilemma because now you are giving invitations. Now you have talked to all these people. Now the question is, do you love yourself enough to not move forward? Because now you have evidence that this person doesn't love you. They love the idea of who you could become. You're not that person, but you told everybody, and you're trying to save face. You want to save face. You don't want to tell everybody that it didn't work out because you don't love yourself enough to be freed of people.
Right.
So now I want to transition to the thought process of I don't want to be like my mom or dad, or I do, or I don't. But I hear a lot. I don't want to end up like my father. I don't want to end up like my mother. Now, I want you to do this with me real quick. Just close your eyes for a second. All right. Now, don't think of a cat. Don't think of an elephant. Do not think of your mom. Now, you can open your eyes. Now, when I told you not to think of those things, did you think of those things?
Yeah, because that comes in first before you try to transition to something else.
What we've done is we've proven that as beings, we can't not do. We are creative beings. We can only create. So if you say, I don't want to be like my father, all you see is be like my father. You can't unsee what you don't want to be. So if you're consistently saying, I don't want to be like my mom, I don't want to be like my father, the only thing that your brain can do is create, be like this that I see. So what you need to do is define what you want to be like or how you want to be and say, I want to be like this. And then your mind will allow for you to create or become that thing. But the thing that you say, I don't want to be, I don't want to think about a cat, you're going to think about a cat. I don't want to be like my father, you're going to think about your father. And ultimately, guess what you're going to become? Your father. So you need to put in front of you or conceptualize what you want to be like, as opposed to saying what you don't want to be so that you can become the opposite of what you're trying not to be. Does that make sense?
Total.
There we go.
Total. That is good stuff. I mean, I'm telling you, you're clearing up some minds today.
I hope
you're
so.
clearing up some minds today. I mean, because I'm even taking notes. So yes, this is good stuff. Because like I was telling you earlier before, because I have your book, and in reading your book and knowing that there are things that are there to, it's almost like giving you the ABCs of relationship, and what you should know about love and how love should actually structure your life and the relationship within. So it was good stuff to me, and then having the opportunity for you to come and speak at the High Hills Low Self-Esteem conference was even more amazing, because then people got to hear it directly, from you. And giving it directly from you, from reading it in a book, is a completely different story to tell.
Certainly. Yeah,
so
yeah.
I appreciate, you being able to really, just dive in and just have people look from the balcony, from a different perspective concerning relationship. And they can actually look down there and find, okay, what am I missing? What do I need to do differently? What do I need to change about myself versus the person in front of me? There are so many people who are wrestling with those innuendos in their mind. What do you have to say to some of the podcasts and those men who are speaking out in reference to relationship and what it should look like and what it should be here on social media? Because we're having so many people have a broad perspective now in reference to what relationships should be, look like, how you should treat your man, how you should treat your lady. What is your take on the social media parities?
Well, as far as what a relationship should look like, it should look like a place that you're allowed to just be you. It's so, oh my gosh, it's so crazy to hear people who confide in me. Like I shared, I have this, it's a face that I have that allows people to just share anything with me. And I never, I don't have a judgmental bone in my body, which actually it suggests where I'm headed with this. But at the same token, I had people share with me, and then I'm like, well, you should tell your spouse that. And I'm like, well, I could never tell my husband that, or I could never tell my wife that. And I'm like, first of all, in my mind, you can tell me that. Second of all,
You can't tell.
you can't tell your spouse that. But what that also suggests is their spouse did not create an environment that allows for them to be comfortable with being themselves. So that's one thing. But the second thing is we have people that are in relationships with their spouse, but they have friends. They're not the same. Now, what do I mean by that? A friend is someone you can tell anything to. You can tell them they're not going to judge you. They're going to hear you out. They're a great sounding board. And we have people that have a spouse that's not their friend. So they're giving the true intimacy, because everyone has a friend, even if it's to themselves or whatever. They know themselves. They're not judging themselves. And they are judging themselves if they're not sharing, but they keep it to themselves. They have someone to share the secrets about themselves with, be it themselves or a friend, which means that they're really giving their true intimacy to someone else. And that's what a relationship or a marriage should look like. You should be in a relationship or a marriage with your best friend. My wife is my best friend. I could literally see I'll be in meetings and things of that nature, and people are delaying the meeting or the gathering so that they don't have to go home. I'm like, that's not my problem. You need to wrap this up. I'm ready to go home. Everything about my house is peace. It's love. It's from my children to my wife. I love being here. When we had the pandemic, it was hard for me to go back to what was normal. My whole family, we could not stand it. Down to my children, we loved being stuck in the house because our situation is one of enjoying ourselves. I'm stuck with my best friend every day, all day. Oh man, I got to get out of this. What? No, that's not the setup. And if you have a friend, you wouldn't have the need to, I got to get away from him or her. Because
well, one last question for you, because I know time is getting ahead of us. But what if a safe space is created and that person is just not willing to share? Because I have seen that where
the safe space is not created. It's not created.
Because they're like, I'm able to share everything with her, but she's not able to share everything with me.
That goes back to your response. I'm gonna do it like this. There's times because I don't know if I'm wired to be like a counselor or what have you, but if my children tell me something, they told me something. There's been times where things came up and my wife was like, you knew that? And I'm like, yeah, I actually did know that. She did tell me. My daughter told me, why didn't you tell me? Like, that's fair. That's a fair question. But before you get upset with me for withholding that information from you, what I actually needed you to do is ask yourself, what did you do to make her not want to share that with you? That's not a me problem. That's a you problem. You responded to something that she shared with you at a specific moment that suggested that this that she just shared with me is not something that she can share with you. That's what a safe place looks like. So if a person is not sharing, I'm sorry. The mirror's on you. You did something that told them that I can't tell my wife that. I can't tell my husband that. You did that. It's something that you got to work on. It's not something that they have to work on.
How does one create a safe space without, because I know some people feel like, well, I'm going to just reciprocate. I'm going to show them how, if I relay things to them that I'm transparent and honest and open about, maybe they'll do the same thing. So how does one become someone who can be a safe space or a safe place to land?
All right, so the simple answer is to become a loving being. Because I hope you get to listen back to what you just said. What you just shared is suggestive of manipulation. Listen to what you said. You said, I have created an environment. I share everything with him or her. So I would think that he would share everything with me. So you suggested subconsciously that, well, since I do it, I should be able to get this in return. Is that love? No, ma'am, that is not. That is manipulation. And thus the actual frustration when they do not reciprocate what it is that you asked. Now, if you are a being that, or you work on becoming a being that's not judgmental, they're going to say something, it might slip up or whatever, where you're not going to react and try to tell them what they should have done or how they should have seen it or whatever. You're just going to be a sounding board and you're going to listen, and you're not going to have faces and you're not going to be nodding your head. No, you're just going to hear them out. Yes. And then you might start asking them. That's why I don't like to give suggestive actions, because again, that's acting, that's not being. When you become these things, like I read the 5 sentences, you just start doing those things because that's what love does. That's the fruit of love. But if I have to tell you what to do, that's me telling you how to parrot my actions. But the essence of you is still not going to correlate to the actual situation. So if you become or work on being a loving being, you will respond accordingly. Now, there's things that my children have shared, my son, my daughter, and because I love them and I want them to be able to share with me, my insides might be like, oh my gosh, but they will never know it. I might leave the conversation, go yell in a pillow or whatever, but they'll never know it because I can't chance losing the confidence in them being able to come to me. I don't want my children or my wife to have to go confide in someone else to get information. So I cannot chance that. I have to be mindful of their feelings, of them literally sharing their heart with me. So I have to give them that space so that they're willing to share it again and again and again so that we can navigate through this together. But the worst thing that can happen is you go somewhere else to get that information. Because I'm going to tell you from a loving place, they might manipulate you to do something that you have no business doing.
This has been amazing. You have definitely given some beautiful insight concerning love, life, and relationships. And we thank you for your expertise once again, Mr. Fairley. We so appreciate you. And just remember that genius is coming, and I will see you on the other side. You take care.
Dr. Eric Kelly III and a host of phenomenal speakers from all around the globe for this 7-day virtual event that you don't want to miss.
The mission of the Black Business Expo is to raise scholarship money from kids all the way from high school, all the way from college. The Black Business Olympics is one of the largest Black business showcases in the world. It is an opportunity for businesses and companies to showcase their businesses globally. We are going to be giving away laptops up to $5,000 away to students. Again, I'm Olivia Appleberry, the founder of 2 Cents Finance and one of the speakers for the expo. I am so excited to see you there. For more info, go to www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-308-9090 and hope to see you there.
I am Black Business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep. Yes, I am Black Business. I am Black Business. Tell me, are you Black Business? I am Black Business. Do you support Black businesses? Listen, I support Black business because I am Black Business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black business in the world. The world! Sign up today at www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-308-9090. I am Black Business.
I am Black Business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep, I am Black Business. I am Black Business. Are you Black Business? I am Black Business. Do you support Black businesses? I support Black business because I am Black Business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black America in North Carolina.
Join Dr. Eric Kelly III and a host of phenomenal speakers from all around the globe for this 7-day virtual event that you don't want to miss.
The mission of the Black Business Expo is to raise scholarship money from kids all the way from high school, all the way from college. The Black Business Olympics is one of the largest Black business showcases in the world. It is an opportunity for businesses and companies to showcase their businesses globally. We are going to be giving away laptops up to $5,000 away to students. Again, I'm Olivia Appleberry, the founder of 2 Cents Finance and one of the speakers for the expo. I am so excited to see you there. For more info, go to www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-308-9090 and hope to see you there.
I am Black Business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep. Yes, I am Black Business. I am Black Business. Tell me, are you Black Business? I am Black Business. Do you support Black businesses? Listen, I support Black business because I am Black Business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black business in the world.
How many times have you been asked to help someone you didn't even know, a student, a business entrepreneur? Or did you ever even ask, where did they end up? That business, that friend, that entrepreneur. Well, just maybe they ended up in a gang, bankrupt, homeless, or worse, dead. Maybe they turned to crime, drugs, and alcohol. Did you ever wonder? Did you destroy their dream, or was your life always so easy? At the Black Business Olympics, we started a movement to help students complete. Give them hope and foster success. Help them to leave their dreams of providing laptops, computers, and up to $5,000 in scholarship funds. Today, we ask you to help a student, a business owner, or an entrepreneur to realize their dream by sponsoring them, supporting them, and buying from them. Consider this. With $1.6 trillion in our Black community, we only ask for a small donation for our students, our businesses, and our entrepreneurs. And you can change a life today. So I ask you, what are you going to do? Sit on the sideline and watch our students in high school be losers, miss out on their dream from lack of resources? Or are you going to donate to the movement and change their future and yours as well? Give us a call today at 919-308-9090. Change their life by investing with action to the Black Business Olympic Fund. The Black Business Olympics, one of the largest business showcases of Black business in the history of the world. Prepare for what's coming and dominate in economic winter. Stand strong and thrive by showcasing your great products and services globally through the Black Business Network and Black Business Olympics. The Black Business Network has showcased over 2,000 companies with over $7 billion in sales each year. Over 10 million attendees have viewed the rebroadcast each month. Through the Black Business Olympics, unique styles of business training and mentoring are turning students into business owners and entrepreneurial warriors who will dominate in any economy. Gain the ultimate advantage of the Black Business Olympics, 7 days of unbelievable topics and speakers speaking around the globe. Donate your time and experience to provide expertise and scholarships to students worldwide and change the world. Now, more than ever, new insights, tools, strategies, and capabilities are needed. This is your chance for a major presentation to the world. Fill out the form and join the more than 2,000 speakers who have presented to over 200 countries. Join the Black Business Network streaming live into the Metaverse, STEM City, Black Multiverse Enterprises, Hulu, Amazon, YouTube, iHeartRadio, Apple, Facebook, LinkedIn, Pod TV, IBM TV, Spotify, and Google Podcasts. Sign up today. Spaces are limited, and we will see you there.
I was born and raised in southeastern West Virginia, the coal fields. My father was an AME minister. For me, I was very fortunate. Even though I grew up in the segregated South, I was surrounded by flourishing Black businesses, doctors, lawyers, bankers, dentists. They were all there and they were all successful. And I guess that's part of my dream, is to see that success come back. My name is Joseph Simmons, and I am the founder of the Center for Micro-Entrepreneurial Training. We have this moment in time where we can change the trajectory of people. And our focus is on women, Black and brown entrepreneurs and their access to capital, their ability to build thriving businesses, the ability to employ people. There's a study that showed that in those three communities, especially Black and brown communities, $1 stays in those communities for 30 minutes. In white community, $1 stays in their communities for 8 hours. So think about it. For you in a Black or brown community to get gas, to get food, to go to a restaurant, you've got to leave your community, take those dollars out of that community and take it to another community that's already being well served. So if we can reverse that, if we can go from 30 minutes to an hour to 2 hours, that's progress. That's what we need to do. I was with SCORE, and then in May of 2020, of course, the events happened in regards to the murder of George Floyd. The other thing that I was experiencing was the denials of federal funds for small businesses. And it revolved around one thing. These businesses were not being prepared for grants and for government programs. And I came up with the idea for the Center for Micro-Entrepreneurial based off those two things. Morgan Stanley had a report out in 2020, first quarter, and it talked about there were 3 groups that were massively devastated by COVID-19 on their business. That was 1, women, number 2, Black, and number 3, brown entrepreneurs. The research showed that they had less cash on hand, they had less opportunity to go into a bank and get money, and they were very dependent on family and friends to keep their business up and running. If we can focus on those 3 groups, then we can have a dramatic impact on our communities. Really, the focus is on 3 areas. And those 3 areas are 1, the people, number 2, the courses, and number 3, a support network. Here at CMAT, we will provide you with the fundamentals for generational success. And you will be creating a vibrant community by attending our 5-day immersive training course.
My name is Katie Bennett, and I own Lexicon Presents Publishing. We are a publishing and media company that helps you take your story and share it with the world. You know, for a while, I just had my family telling me to just hang it up, get over it, you know, and I had no support. And it was in your program that I really understood the necessity for having that help, having that support. And so now I actually feel like a CEO as we scale, as our clientele changes, as my company is opening doors for other people to, you know, take care of their families. It's just completely changed from just a mom who was publishing books. I was at a point where my job, although it was paying really well, wasn't enough. And my business was always in the red, and I was tired of it. And so I came in just hoping to get some sort of help to just not end up in the red every month. Ooh, wow. Okay, so there was one in particular, I cannot remember his name, but he asked me, he said, why are you in business? And I told him that I wanted to make a difference and I want to help my community. And he let me ramble on for a while. And then when I was done, he was like, okay, all of those things are great. They make you a humanitarian, not a business owner. And he was the one who told me, he's like, you know, you have this great service and you're offering it at like a great value price. So to someone like myself, we don't know that we're going to get the value of what you're actually bringing. And so that gave me the confidence I needed to raise my price. It gave me the confidence to go after my actual client that I actually prefer to work with. And it really just changed everything for me. I don't think without him kind of giving me that push, I don't think I would have gotten to this point or position. Wow, the benefits is just having a coach that holds you accountable. They set goals with you. That's been my favorite part. She has amazing experience, you know, and so she brings her strategies and her ideas, and She helped me narrow down, what services I actually wanted to offer, how I could actually continue to offer it, how many clients at one time could I have. All of the information that she's given has just really transformed my entire company. And so I know I would have never gotten to where I am today and having some of these partnerships that I'm, having now without her help. You're going to get information that you're not going to find on YouTube. You actually take the time to strategically give us the information, then give us time to actually apply it. I would also say that so that you're not just out on a ledge alone trying to figure this out. Like, you deserve to be in a community with other people who also want to grow their business. And then finally, the biggest thing I think I took away from CMET was that I had a whole office in Longwood, I still do, and at the time I had not paid my business tax receipt. I didn't know that that was something you had to do. So that was like one of the first couple days of information, and I'm like, oh my gosh, let me go get that together right now. So I'm really glad that, CMET was there for myself, and, anybody else who has the opportunity, they need to do it.
I am Black Business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep. Yes, I am Black Business. I am Black Business. Tell me, are you Black Business? I am Black Business. Do you support Black businesses? Listen, I support Black business because I am Black Business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black business in the world. The world! Sign up today at www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-308-9090. I am Black Business.
Good day, business owners, entrepreneurs, thought leaders, and corporations. Welcome to the Black Business Network. My name is Coach Ty McCoy, and I am your business moderator for this session on the Black Business Network. The Black Business Network is a 24-hour business network showcasing Black businesses, business owners, entrepreneurs, and thought leaders. Now, with this program, where our network showcases Black businesses, we have speakers from North Carolina, London, Singapore, Africa, Japan, and cities all over the United States. The Black Business Network is a global community sharing its business knowledge to empower and inspire, educate businesses and business owners. Our guest today is Cedric LaFleur, who is a dynamic senior executive, motivational speaker, and leader expert with over 35 years of success in healthcare sales and leadership. As the chief executive of LaFleur Leadership Institute and a recent retired regional sales manager at the Abbott Laboratories after 22 years, Cedric is dedicated to empowering professionals, a 6-time visionary author with his works including The Blueprint to Manage Success and The Mindset Matters, Inspire Excellence. Married to Tammy for 37 years, Cedric is a proud father and leader, helping others unlock their full potential. I introduce to you Mr. Cedric LaFleur.
Well, great morning.
Greetings and good morning, Mr. LaFleur. It is a pleasure to meet you. LaFleur, thank you for pronouncing that for me. I so appreciate that. Yeah. We definitely have some questions here that we would like to ask you and get into it. But first, could you tell us just a little bit more about yourself, maybe some of the things that were not mentioned in your bio?
Well, I am definitely a motivating and empowering speaker. I'm the chief executive for LaFleur Leadership Institute. I absolutely love life, and my philosophy is never accept good when great is available.
I like that. That is a beautiful saying. And, you know, we know that genius is common, and I will see you on the other side. So I'm going to hop into our first question, Cedric. With over 35 years of experience in healthcare sales and leadership, what do you think has been the most important factor in your long-term success?
Number one has been mindset. Number two, it's being willing to pivot when you need to. Number three is never being afraid to take risk. And number four is goal setting. Now, I put those in that particular order for a reason, right? Some people will say goal setting first, but it starts with this first, right? If I don't have a growth mindset, the rest doesn't matter, right? So it all starts with how I think. That's why I say never accept good when great is available. I never say good morning. It's always great morning, great afternoon. You see, it's what you tell yourself all day, every day, and twice on Sunday that makes all the difference in the world, right? So then you have to be willing to pivot. Life is full of challenges, and if you're not willing to pivot, man, you're going to find those challenges are going to be very, very hard. You're going to bump up against a lot of walls that you can't get through because you're not willing to pivot, right? And then you have to be willing to take risk. Life is designed for you to take risk, and you don't have to see the entire staircase, like someone said, to take the step. You just have to know that this is the step I want to take, and then be willing to take that step. And sometimes, you know what happens, Ms. McCoy? Sometimes you're going to fail. Sometimes you're going to get knocked down. Sometimes it's not going to work out the way that you want it to. Sometimes you're not going to win that contract. You're not going to get that customer. You're not going to get, reach that date that you wanted to reach. That's okay. There's always another day. There's always another try, right? So you got to have all those things. Then once you do that, then you can set some goals to go to another level.
Absolutely. Absolutely. Now, you've recently retired from Abbott Laboratories after an impressive 22 years. What has that transition been like for you, and how has it shaped you and your focus on leadership now at LaFleur Leadership Institute?
Yeah, so the transition from Abbott Laboratories to LaFleur Leadership Institute was easy for me. I knew at 35 that I was going to retire at the age of 50. Okay, I'll go back to that thing I talked about, goal setting. At the age of 35, I set a goal that I was going to retire by the age of 50, and then I put together some plans of action. I had a financial plan. I had a certain financial number in order to retire at 50. I had to be at a certain age and all this type of stuff within my company in order to retire, right? I had to have certain things for my family so that I could retire. So when January 2nd, 2018 came, I was ready for that day. And I'm gonna walk people through what happened on that day. So normally what happens is that January 2nd, we get on the phone, and I get on the phone with my team, and we talk about what worked last year well and what didn't work well. What are we going to do different in the new year that we didn't do last year? How we're going to reach our goals, because we know we're always going to have a big goal, right? And we did that. We had that conversation, and after about an hour, I said, "Well, hey guys, I have one more announcement that we need to make today." And it's like, "Okay, well, what is that?" I said, "Well, this year I'm not going to make the journey with you." And he said, "Well, what do you mean by that?" And I said, "Well, I've decided that I'm going to retire." And normally in the leadership position, you announce your retirement like a year out, right? And I said, "Today is the day." And they said, "Like, you mean like today, January 2nd, today?" "Yes, today." And 1 month later, boom, it was official. But that day, after that day, I never worked again for Abbott Laboratories. I took vacation for a month and came back and retired. And that's the way you want to retire, right? It goes back to that goal setting that I talked about. It goes back to the mindset, right? That I had, being willing to pivot when you need to and make the adjustments so that you can hit that goal and then do the things that you want to. So the adjustment, the transition was great. I love life and I'm loving being retired.
I'm visionary author. Your books like Leading with Emotional Intelligence, Mindset Matters have had a significant impact on your community. So what's one of the key principles from your book that you believe everyone, regardless of their role, should adopt for success?
Yeah. So, leading with emotional intelligence, one, there's a lot of things in here. However, I'm gonna break it down to one. Emotional intelligence is the currency for effective leadership. You see, if you're not if you don't have a high emotional intelligence, your leadership is going to suffer, and so will your team. See, because you're going to react in a certain way. When I was a new leader, I didn't have high emotional intelligence. I reacted a certain way. And, we tell ourselves these things. Mr. McCall will say things like, well, that's just the way he is. Or he's a person like that. And we just have to accept that. Or, he's very straightforward and direct. He's being real. See, that's what we're saying is I don't have high emotional intelligence, so I have to be real when I talk to people, right? Real wrong is what you're doing, right? So when you develop emotional intelligence, here's what Aristotle says. He says, anyone can be angry. That is easy. But to be angry with the right person to the right degree at the right time for the right purpose in the right way, that is not easy. And that's high emotional intelligence.
Emotional intelligence. And I've seen situations such as this in the workplace. I know being in education for so many years, there have been situations where people would say, well, she's like that with everybody, so don't take it personal. So when you're dealing with situations such as that, what would be your comeback?
Yeah. So in other words, you're saying that it's okay to be a low emotional intelligence leader. Okay. And it's not okay, right? That's right. Your emotional intelligence is going to shape your understanding of yourself and your connection with other people. And connection increases your influence in every situation, right? So if you want to connect better with your people, you can't change the people, you need to change yourself. See, no team has ever outperformed the leader. See, the leaders, boom, the team is going to bump up against the leader's lid, right? So what we have to do is we got to raise the lid of the leader, help that leader go to a higher level, understand how to communicate with people, understand how to respond versus react, understand that it's not okay to just tell people what you're thinking, right? So I tell superintendents this all the time. We have to help this leader lead better. If not, he or she is going to think that that's okay. And it's not. So I say, let's look at this school. Why do we have, you're going to have some turnover, right? 1 or 2 people. But if you have, 20, 30 people every year, 10 people leaving every year, it's not the people, it's the leader. Right? So what we have to do is we got to fix that person. They may not realize that they're a low emotional intelligent person because nobody's ever told them. And what happens in corporations, it happens in school system. You have a great individual contributor. So what do? We promote them, right? Rightfully so. But we don't give them the training because it's different when you're leading yourself. You see, when you're leading yourself, Ms. McCoy, you can get mad at you and you can fuss at you and all that type of stuff, and you're going to get over it, right? But when you get mad at me and start talking to me that same way, it's going to be a problem. Right?
Huge.
Yeah. So we just, emotional intelligence it's the currency that help leaders to be effective today.
Understood. Do you see a huge switch in people's emotional intelligence as far as the workplace is concerned? And I ask that question. I know it's a very broad, But I know in this day and time, people are feeling as if I need to be able to have a warm body in the seat. So I'll accept their behavior or how they're responding to others in the workplace because they're producing.
Okay, and that's a great question and great example, right? So there's two things from a leader perspective and then from a team member, an employee perspective, right? So from a leader perspective, we need to have high emotional intelligent leaders because they're going to impact the rest of the team. The school can never go to the next level if that leader doesn't go to the next level, right? Then from an employee, you know, your grandmother used to say one bad apple can spoil the bunch. Well, if you have a low emotional intelligent person, team member, it's your responsibility as a leader to help that person grow and do better, right? I can't afford to have that person there because they're impacting students and they are going to say things that's going to ruin that student's day, and everybody else in the building is going to pay for that student having a bad day, right? So what we have to do is we have to all raise our lid. So we have to all try to get better. And it's not going to happen overnight. But one of the things that COVID did show us is that, you know what, people don't have to stay in one place, in one workplace. They figured out now they can be more flexible in terms of new jobs and especially the younger generation. We call them iGeners, that's Gen Z, right? They don't mind leaving a job if they don't feel valued, if they don't have a seat at the table, if they're not being heard, if the leader is talking to them any old kind of way, they don't mind leaving. In fact, they even in studies, Gallup studies have showed that they've said that I'll leave a higher paying job to go to a lower paying job if I'm going to be treated better, if I'm going to get professional development, if I can see a path for advancement at some point, right? So we can't afford to have that one person on the team that can impact everybody else in a negative way.
So true. This is so true. And you know, in both individual contributor roles and leadership positions, what's one leadership lesson you learned early on that continues to apply today? You run an institute. I'm sure that this is something, you know, that you probably implement in your workforce with yourself.
Yeah, absolutely. That one is too small a number to achieve greatness. You see, you can do some good things by yourself. I can do some good things by myself, but together we can do some great things. If we just take, for example, we just take this network, right? Doc couldn't do all of this by himself, right? It would be very, very hard. He would have the haircut like me.
I'm sure he can appreciate that.
So you see, so one is really too small a number to achieve greatness. We need other people. We need teams. In fact, I was just texting yesterday, and she responded this morning. A young lady that I'm mentoring, and when I speak in terms of we. And we are co-authoring this book, and some of the pieces of it, she's written her part of the book and I've written my part of the book, but there's some of the other pieces of it because of my experience. I'm doing more of the heavy lifting. And she said, man, this is great for you. This is great. And I said, no, this is a we thing, right? I said, today I'm doing the heavy lifting because I have the experience at this, right? I said, but at some point you're going to do the heavy lifting, but it's a we thing. It doesn't matter who's doing the lifting. We're in it together. We're going to win together. We're going to lose together. Some days you're going to do a little bit more. Some days I'm going to do a little bit more, but it's a we thing. So that's what people have to remember.
So if you train, do you train them to be a version of yourself or someone greater than yourself?
Always be greater than me. You know, see, it's hard being me. Right.
That part.
So, yeah, no, I want them to be greater than me. Right. I want them to have the work ethic that I have, but I want them to be themselves genuinely with that work ethic, put their own spin on things. Like when I bring in people to different groups that I have and different projects that I'm working on, I said, look, I brought you here because you have some intellectual property that I don't have. If I just needed another me, then I would just do it myself, right? I need your brain power, your thought processes, the way you see things. Bring that forward, right? We don't just need more Cedrics in the world. I mean, it'd be great, but
had teachers who will say, I wish I had 25 Zachs and 15, Britneys, and, because their demeanor and how, their classroom presence and what they're putting out, they wish they had that student, throughout the entire classroom. However, that can't always be. So yes, I completely understand where you're coming from when you're speaking in that arena. Yeah. And as far as leadership is concerned, have you found that more people are now more receptive to emotional intelligence? Or are they still just fighting the change?
No, what I've seen is that people are embracing it. I think people are tired of the old way. Okay, like if you go back to generational, right? Go back to the traditionalist. This was pre-baby boomers, right? They would go in and press a button all day and sit at that bench and press that same button all day long. And the boss say, go take a break. And then they go take a break and boss say, come back and have a seat and push that button again. They would do that. Right. But then what they would do is they would go to the bar in the evening time and they would talk to their good buddy, Jack Daniels and Old Ciroc. And then they'd go home and take it out on the family. OK. Right. Then we move forward to the millennials. And they says, I'm not doing that. No way am I going to do that. Right. And they're saying, I want to be treated like an equal. Even this is day one, but I want to be treated like an equal. And I don't think that's a bad thing. I think that what they're really trying to say, they just need help with shaping it. But what they're really trying to say is, look, I've earned the right to be at this table. So treat me like I deserve to be at this table. Right? Give me opportunities, not based on my daddy got me here, or not based on this, that, or the other. Give me an opportunity because I've earned that right to have that opportunity. Right. And then let me show you how to do things. See, I tell people all the time that, we have to thank millennials for a lot of things. One, we'll start with, I bet you don't have a rotary dial phone, do you? Exactly. You have a smartphone. Thank millennials, right? When you go to the doctor in your subdivision, right, you probably have a health clinics right around you. In some subdivisions here in Texas, we have whole hospitals built inside the subdivision. We thank millennials for that. See, because they said, look, it's great to have Dr. Jones as my doctor, but I don't need to see him 6 months from now when I'm no longer sick. I need to see him right now, right? So then urgent care clinics start popping up all over the place. That was because millennials said that's what you need to do. See, the traditionalists and the baby boomers said, oh, that's all right. That's Dr. Jones. He's a good doctor. I can't see him today because he's busy. He's a busy man, you see? But that doesn't work for them. So they brought a whole lot of technological things that we don't even know how we can live without those things right now. If someone said, hey, Ms. McCall, you have to get you a rotary dial phone now. You no longer can use your smartphone. You can't have a computer anymore.
Truthfully, there are some carriers or cable carriers or satellite carriers that still allow for you to have a rotary phone number.
Right.
And thinking that people still have phones in their homes. And I'm thinking, really? You're still offering that as an option? But they do. There are several cable companies such like Infinity, satellite dish companies. They offer you a home phone number versus, a cell phone that you carry with you at all times.
Yeah, of course, they're going to offer you that because they want this.
Absolutely.
They say they're never going to use it, but we're going to offer it.
Almighty dollar. So true, so true. And I do know that the healthcare industry is known for its complexities and challenges. How do you navigate those challenges? And what advice would you give those who are aspiring to make a difference in this space?
Yeah, so anyone can navigate challenges by keeping themselves flexible and not locked into a position, right? In healthcare, with everyone, um, with every patient, we can make it. We have a potential to make an impact on them, a negative impact on them. So what we have to do is we got to pay attention to detail, um, and we have to excuse me, we have to pay attention to detail, and we have to be willing to be flexible in our approach, because if not, we can negatively impact a patient. So I talked about pivoting earlier, right? We have to be willing to pivot when needed to. Life is not meant to be overly serious and inflexible. So we have to be willing to flex when we need to, pivot when we need to, zig when we instead of zag, right? And when we do that, man, we can make a big difference. And then we have to, Napoleon Hill in the book Think and Grow Rich said this. He says, um, anyone who wins at an undertaking must be willing to burn his ships and cut all sources of retreat. Only by doing so can they maintain a mindset known as a burning desire to win. So, so what they're saying is you have to be willing to cut all sources of retreat to hit your goals, pivot when you need to, and you can then accomplish a whole lot of things.
So find communication to be in the healthcare sector.
Right. Effective communication is important.
Absolutely. And when you're dealing with people on the level of what it is that you need within your industry, how far and wide does your communication go? Do it just stop right there with the people whom you work with in your team? Do you have outside influences that you use to communicate information that you need to, have feedback from? What do you use?
Yeah. So, everything requires effective communication, whether you're within your team, across your team, right? So the tools that you use and the systems that you use or put in place are important. So you have to make sure, one, that when you communicate a message, you got to communicate it effectively so that everybody across the board understands what happens, what can happen, what needs to happen, right? You can't give part of the message. You got to give people A, B, and C. That's effective communication, right? When you give people A and B, they're going to not do C. They're just not going to automatically go to C, right? Because sometimes you have it here, but if you don't communicate it, they do something. Like, I'll give you an example. Have you ever told someone to do something and they did something totally opposite of what you told them to do? Well, that happens when you didn't effectively communicate everything that you needed to communicate to them. That happens when you fail, and I say you because it's the leader's thing. You fail as the leader to effectively communicate the message to your people. So you got to communicate effectively.
Accept that accountability. I know that stands out, in business leadership as a whole. Most people will not accept the responsibility that information was not conveyed properly, or, they didn't receive the information as they should. And I know as a business owner yourself and working in that sector, how difficult did you find it to be where you were able to bring in people that you were able to lead effectively and that they were able to understand your mission and your vision for your business?
Yeah. So the thing is, the leader again has to set the vision early, and has to restate that vision on an ongoing basis. See, a lot of times what happens is leaders will state the vision at the beginning of the year, and then they never say it again. Well, people people who are far away from that vision, they forget about those things because they're in the trenches working and grinding every day. The leaders is focused on the vision, right? They're supposed to be, but the people, they're busy working, so they forget about that. So the leader's responsibility is to restate that vision every day, restate it every day, restate it every day, remind people of what the vision is. That way there's no disconnect. That way they don't lose that focus or attention to taking care of a customer. Lose that, a great company at this is Chick-fil-A, right? They hire certain people, they train them a certain way. They're going to say it at your, it was my pleasure, or something like this. They're going to say, right? Every time. That's a great example of companies doing it the right way, and that's how other companies should lead.
For those who you work with, or even those who want to be, let's say, recipients or clients, what is the blueprint that you lay out to ensure them that this is a trusted space for them, for you to provide a service for them?
Yeah. So the first thing is, people buy from you, or they work with you because they know, like, and trust you. So I let them get to know who I am as a person. I tell them my challenges. I tell them my failures. They'll see the successes, right? But I want them to see everything, right? That way they get to know me, and they'll know that I'm a genuine person, and they know where I'm coming from, so that they'll know where I'm going. Okay. So that's the way I operate.
Awesome. And we do know that there are challenges in building business. At the stage that you are now, do you look back at some of the trials that you had to endure concerning your business, and how did you overcome them? You're on mute, Mr. LaFleur. You're on mute.
Yeah.
There you
All
go.
right. Yeah. So one of the things that I try to make sure I'm sorry, give me a second here. I kind of got distracted a second. So answer that question again.
Yes, we do know that there are trials when building business and in business. Where you are now, I'm sure things are probably running a little bit smoother. But when you look back, what trials do you feel, you could have done differently or avoided?
Gotcha. Yeah. So, when I was a brand new leader, so I was in the military for a while, and I came out into corporate America. And when I came into corporate America, I was still leading with that military mindset. See, in the military, it works a little bit different. If you tell me, hey, you know what, I'm not doing that, I'm not coming to work today, no problem. I call military police and they go pick you up. You see, it's just that easy. We don't have that problem in the military. Okay. In the civilian sector, I can't do that. So early on, I realized that, I have to change the way that I lead in terms of being directional, right? So again, it goes back to that emotional intelligence. I said earlier that when I was a new leader, I had a low emotional intelligence, right? As you progress and then be intentional about what you say, how you say it, you can get people to move with you, right? I can get you to take down that wall without telling you, screaming at you and hollering at you and saying, you got to go take that on that wall right now, blah, 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 and all this type of stuff. Hey, Ms. McCall, here's our mission. So our job today is to go take down this wall. Here's what we want to get accomplished by the end of the day, right? You're going to willingly go and follow that lead. But if I tell you all kind of crazy ways to go take down that wall, you're going to be like, nah, that's not going to work for me. I'm not going to do that. Right. So we have to, as a leader, I learned that I had to change the way I communicated with people. And I was also very transparent with my team. So talk about that know, like, and trust. When I started going to professional development training, I was transparent with my team and said, hey guys, you're going to get some surveys about me. I'm going to send you some information as well. I'm taking some professional development courses and I need your feedback. You see, because I don't want to be the same leader tomorrow like I am today, right? So you're going to see some changes in me. Don't think I'm going crazy. Just know that I'm going through this training and I'm growing and trying to get better as a leader, right? So most leaders won't do that. Most leaders are afraid to tell their people their weaknesses. Well, see, the thing is, they already know your weaknesses. They already talking about your weaknesses. So you might as well go ahead and admit it because you're the only one that's living with your head under the sand.
You're being displayed. You're displaying them. I have to ask, who are some of your leaders that inspired you, whether famous or infamous? Who inspired you in the space that you're currently in, and why?
Yeah. So number one, my grandfather, Frank Washington Sr., we called him Pop. He was he was 6'2", he was strong, he was stoic. He didn't say many words. He never hollered at you. He never fussed. He never whipped us. You know, back then, you know, you could whip legally, right? Back then, and so you could whip, and but he never did any of that. He spoke very few words, but when he said something, it was like E.F. Hutton talking. And you listened and you knew he would give you the look. And you knew what that meant, right? You didn't have to go to a training class on Pop's look. You just knew. Okay.
When you see this look, just know.
Yes, absolutely. Yeah. So he was my first person that inspired me and helped me understand how to influence people. Okay. And then I worked for some very good leaders as well. And, you know, a couple of them is Joe Nimmers. He was our corporate president. And another guy, he was stoic. And he told me something one day during Hurricane Katrina. I was in charge of Abbott's response here in Houston, and he came down as the corporate officer to see what we were doing and all this type of stuff, because Abbott was putting out a lot of money, so they would go down there and see what we're doing, make sure that boy not spending all our money. So, no, he came down to travel with me, and we were going into this one building, and all the other building sites that they had set up, everybody knew me and all this type of stuff. But there's one building I hadn't gone in yet. And I said, well, Joe, there's like 10 of us. And I said, I don't know if they're going to let us in. And I saw a security gate and they were stopping everybody coming. And he said this while we were walking. He said, walk like you own the building. And I'm going to tell you what, Ms. McCall, we walked right through the security gate. They never stopped us. They never questioned us. They never said anything to us. And from that day forward, I realized when you walk in, if you walk like you own the place, you won't have any problems. You'll get in, they'll see you there, and they'll know your presence, and they will accept it, right? So a guy that just really changed my mindset in that moment, right? And I had another leader, Bill Minix, and he was a sales leader for me, and he challenged a contract that I won, and I was new sales rep, and I was like, hey, I won this contract at this hospital, blah blah blah. I was all excited and all this type of stuff. He goes, yeah, we can't do this deal. I was like, what do you mean? He goes, well, we need to redo this, we need to redo this. I was like, well, so I thought I was calling his bluff because he said, do you want me to call her? So I thought I was calling his bluff. I said, yeah, call her. So he said, sit down. Boom, he picked up the phone, he calls her, and he says, Arlene, I need to talk to you about this contract. And he says, we can't do this deal. And the customer kind of raised up a little bit. He goes, no, but hold on a second. He goes, if we just add this, we can do this. He goes, oh, you know, I've been wondering what was I going to do with that test anyway. So yeah, if you guys are going to do. So in that moment, he showed me, you don't get what you deserve. You get what you ask for. You see? So very powerful moments Just those three. I've had many leaders who's taught me things, but those three come to mind up front.
Services and resources that you do offer to your colleagues, your clients, the consumer?
So I didn't hear the first part of your message, though. It cut out for some reason.
I'm sorry. So with your institute, what are some of the resources, services that you offer to your clients, the consumer, or your customer?
Yeah, so we have one of the largest soft skills workshops in the country, portfolio rather. We have 139 different workshops that we offer to our clients, whether it's emotional intelligence, critical thinking, constructive criticism, high performance teams, how to develop leaders. We have all of these type of unconscious bias, all of these type of workshops that we do. Like I said, it's one of the highest in the country, largest in the country. And we are, as a organization, we operate from a mindset of we never want to be a me too organization, meaning we have this too, we have that too. We always want to be on the leading edge. So that's why we have so many soft skill workshops that we offer. And then, obviously we have, I've written 6 books. By the end of this year, we'll have 8 books on the market. We're going to 20 books. My goal was 10 books when I started 3 years ago, and we're going to blow that number out. So we changed that goal to 20 books over the next 2 years. But that allows us to show our intellectual prowess, as well as to offer these additional workshops to clients. And then we offer as a service to help people understand how to become an author. But we do coaching and mentoring for leaders as well, a lot of team building stuff as well.
We have found to be the highest in need of your services, even though you deal with healthcare. What industry do you find that really needs this in place?
Yeah, so school systems. We do a lot of work. we do a lot of work in school systems. We work with students, principals, teachers, administrators, custodians, cafeteria workers, everybody in the building who impacts a student, right? And we have contracts with school districts in multiple states here in the United States, and we work with mainly local and state government systems as well, right? Everybody needs effective leadership. And when they look for effective leadership, training and development, they call the Fleur Leadership Institute. And because we bring in not just something that we read in a book, not just something that we saw on TV, but we bring what we've experienced and what we've written in books.
So do you collaborate with other teams that work within the same space as you, or you're just the one-stop shop?
Yeah, so we offer all of these programs ourselves, but we also collaborate with other entities from time to time. Normally, I'm bringing them in to help with a client need. So, for example, one of my clients asked me to facilitate a all-day staff conference, which normally that's not what we do, but we were going to be doing training and development for them. So we planned a all-day staff conference for them for 200 employees. And I brought in additional resources to help with that. And so we do collaborate from time to time with other organizations. Yeah.
Awesome. So appreciate your expertise and bringing this information to the Black Business Network. Please tell us your contact information and how others can connect with you.
Yeah, so the easiest way they can get in contact with us is go to our website at LaFleurLeadershipInstitute.com, right? If you want to purchase a book or several books, go to LaFleurLeadershipBooks.com. If you want to look me up on LinkedIn or any of the social media sites, it's going to be at Cedric LaFleur. right? So just get used to that name, LaFleur, and boom, you'll be in the right direction.
Absolutely. Thank you so much, Mr. LaFleur. This has been amazing. And just keep remembering that genius is common, and I will see you on the other side.
Dr. Eric Kelly III and a host of phenomenal speakers from all around the globe for this 7-day virtual event that you don't want to miss.
The mission of the Black Business Expo is to raise scholarship money from kids all the way from high school, all the way from college. The Black Business Olympics is one of the largest Black business showcases in the world. It is an opportunity for businesses and companies to showcase their businesses globally. We are going to be giving away laptops up to $5,000 away to students. Again, I'm Olivia Appleberry, the founder of 2 Cents Finance and one of the speakers for the expo. I am so excited to see you there. For more info, go to www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-308-9090 and hope to see you there.
I am Black Business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep. Yes, I am Black Business. I am Black Business. Tell me, are you Black Business? I am Black Business. Do you support Black businesses? Listen, I support Black business because I am Black Business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black business in the world. The world! Sign up today at www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-308-9090. I am Black Business.
I am Black Business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep, I am Black Business. I am Black Business. Are you Black Business? I am Black Business. Do you support Black businesses? I support Black business because I am Black Business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black America in North Carolina.
Join Dr. Eric Kelly III and a host of phenomenal speakers from all around the globe for this 7-day virtual event that you don't want to miss.
The mission of the Black Business Expo is to raise scholarship money from kids all the way from high school, all the way from college. The Black Business Olympics is one of the largest Black business showcases in the world. It is an opportunity for businesses and companies to showcase their businesses globally. We are going to be giving away laptops up to $5,000 away to students. Again, I'm Olivia Appleberry, the founder of 2 Cents Finance and one of the speakers for the expo. I am so excited to see you there. For more info, go to www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-308-9090 and hope to see you there.
I am Black Business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep. Yes, I am Black Business. I am Black Business. Tell me, are you Black Business? Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of black business in the world.
The Black Business Expo is changing my life. This year, they are giving away laptops and even $5,000 in cash to students just like me. I'm Alexis, and I want to go to college to fulfill my dream of becoming an entrepreneur. Help the Black Business Expo going to www.blackbusinessexpousa.com and also becoming a vendor, a sponsor, or donating.
I was born in a little village on the island of Haiti. Many deadly diseases pounded me. It is as if they were on a mission to end my existence on this earth. I refused to give up. In 1983, I left Haiti and came to the United States of America. And I came with $5, 2 shirts. I didn't speak in English. I came to Atlanta. I got a job. I was a doorman. I was a doorman with a dream. What I used to come on stage. I'd rehearse this moment that I'm standing in front of you. That's the power of a dream. Maybe today is the day you begin acting as if you already have it. And then step out with full force. Take a risk. No condition is permanent. Don't let your situation distract you. You are chosen. You are called. You are born for a purpose in this life.
Hi, I'm Linda Peavy, owner of LaPav Consulting. My passion is to place your organization on the path to excellence. Are you struggling to communicate your message, reach target audiences, or secure funding? From marketing communications to grant writing, we achieve your goals. We've worked with high-profile clients and have secured $17 million in funding for charter schools and nonprofits. Call today to discuss what your success looks like and how LaPav Consulting can help.
Bravery is not the absence of fear, but the ability to overcome it. We stand for those who defy suppression, who speak out, and those who walk the road less traveled. Everyone deserves to be seen and their voices to be heard. We're sparking a movement, growing a community of creators united by the desire for freedom, choice, equity, and ownership. At Fanbase, it's all for one and one for all. We support each other to guide, promote, and uplift you in a place where you can unapologetically be yourself. A place where your voice, ideas, and creativity are not just welcomed, but celebrated. We are Black founded, minority funded, and supported by a diverse, inclusive, powerful community that believes in the strength of authenticity and individual choice. Regardless of success or background, we welcome you, the marginalized, the underappreciated, the successful, the superstar. We're for all who seek a space to express themselves freely, where they are rewarded for being their authentic, true self. We transcend labels because only we have the right to define ourselves. We are built for the brave, the culture, the creators, and for the future where everyone has a power to shape their own destiny, where all are empowered, voices are amplified, and freedom is embraced. For the first time, you have a chance to own the platform you helped make popular. It's a revolution, a movement in how we connect, create, and share. Everyone is a creator, and everyone has a fan base. Here, you can be you without limits.
Did you know women represent just 3% of Fortune 500 CEOs and less than 15% of corporate executives at top companies worldwide? Have you wondered what the secrets are to getting into the top ranks, whether in the private or public sector? Do you want to figure out how to stop being held back in your career or passed over for promotion? Then you're in the right place. Hi, I'm Dr. Madeline Ann Lewis, President and CEO of the Executive Women's Success Institute. I have decades of experience in the military, the federal government, and corporate America, and my mission is to help women succeed and tap into their full potential. I want to reach 1 million plus women around the world to become the leaders they are meant to be. So if you want to move into a management or executive level position, or maybe you are a female veteran transitioning out of the military into business entrepreneurship, then reach out to the Executive Women's Success Institute at 301-693-3284. Let us get you on the fast track to success.
Did you know that approximately 333.34 million businesses exist today, according to a report from 2021? And you may be one of those businesses, or maybe you're not in the business market yet, but you're aspiring to be a business owner. Well, guess what? You're in the right place at the right time. Because let's face it, everything is about timing and opportunity. Hi, my name is Dr. Lotus Richey, and I'm the CEO and founder of the Lotus Richey Coaching and Consulting LLC, along with the Lotus Richey Ignite Show. 15 minutes of success with Dr. Lotus Richey, as well as books to boom your business and bring who you are. And today, I want to bring this amazing message to you about the Black Business Network and the Black Business Olympics. See, the Black Business Network and the Black Business Olympics is designed to help people just like you, that's right, that look like me, to take their business to the next level. Not just in your front yard or your backyard, but globally. The Black Business Network and Black Business Olympics is designed not to just help you survive, but to help you thrive. So join us today as we come together with businesses all around the world to support our students, our children, our young teens, our young entrepreneurs. What we do is we come together to help raise funds for students who are aspiring to be business entrepreneurs, who are aspiring and who are thriving in college. We endow them with a wonderful opportunity to gain scholarship of either a laptop or several thousands of dollars. And we invite you to help be a contributor to this amazing opportunity to help someone that looks just like you. So join us today at our website and let us connect with you and help you ignite and take flight in every area of your life on the Black Business Network and the Black Business Olympics. I'll see you on the other side.
Artist to me is a creative expression of something from nothing. You know, it explodes onto the canvas, or it explodes on in my work. One of the things that I try to do more than anything is I try to just give the lines and the movements and emotions and expressions into what I do. Art really means to me a chance to express how I feel deep down inside. Most of my art begins as a thought that I might have, you know, whether it's sports, whether it's history, whether it's a woman or a man. It pretty much starts as an idea of thought before I get into the actual image of what I'm going to draw. I do a lot of historical pieces. I was a history minor in college, and I love to do history pieces. And a lot of times I'm thinking about history, and then I try to make that history impact you as you look at it. That's one of the reasons I do pictures so large. People ask me, why do I do pictures so big? And I tell them, I want the piece to impact them as they're looking at it, to kind of dominate them, dominate their space. And most of my pieces I try to do off page. I don't try to do anything that's going to be in those four corners or in a square. And I want your imagination to be a part of the piece that you're looking at.
Hey everyone, it's Grant McGaw, CEO of 5-Star BDM and host of the award-winning Follow the Brand podcast and TV series, where I help you to build a 5-star brand that people will follow. My genius is personal brand development through intelligent communication and helping you achieve your business and career goals. I am a requested speaker on digital technology and brand development issues. I want to work with you to increase the value of your current opportunities while attracting new ones. Every one of you is unique, and we all share challenges that can be addressed through smart branding. As a super connector, I work with you as an executive coach to guide you along the complicated business and career development road, providing the enhancement tools and information you need to succeed. Together, I will help you succeed in today's challenging business climate. I will evaluate and measure your progress. Best of all, I am right alongside you every step of the way. Build the brand called you. Genius is coming.
I am Black Business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep. Yes, I am Black Business. I am Black Business. Tell me, are you Black Business? I am Black Business. Do you support Black businesses? Listen, I support Black business because I am Black Business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black business in the world. The world! Sign up today at www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-308-9090. I am Black Business.
Thought leaders and corporations. Welcome to the Black Business Network. My name is Coach Taisha McCoy, and I am your business moderator for this session on the Black Business Network. The Black Business Network is a 24-hour business network showcasing Black businesses, business owners, entrepreneurs, and thought leaders worldwide. We have speakers from North Carolina, London, Singapore, Africa, Japan, and cities all over the United States. The Black Business Network is a global community sharing its businesses and knowledge to empower, inspire, and educate businesses about business. We will be hosting a fireside chat today with Linda Peavy. Linda Peavy, marketing powerhouse, grant writing expert, and communication strategist. As the owner of LePab Consulting, she's secured over $17 million in funding for women and Black-owned businesses while guiding the publication of 500 plus books known as the Grants Queen. Linda crafts impactful campaigns to events, authors, nonprofits, and more. She's also the award-winning author of The Cultured Curves Guide to Style for Mature Curvy Women and the voice behind Cultured Curves, empowering women 50 plus to embrace style and confidence at any age. I present to you Miss Linda Peavy.
Hello, 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 Taisha. It is so good to be here today.
I've been waiting for this one. I'm excited.
I am so excited. So thank you for just inviting me to be a part of this very important network. So thank you. It is truly my honor.
Yes, it is. And genius is common, and I will see you on the other side. So do know that. So I want to hop right in because there's so much information to cover, and there are so many business owners and networks that are out there that are needing the information that is vital that you're going to provide for us today. So what inspired you to start LePab Consulting, and how did your journey lead you to becoming the Grants Queen?
Yes, so it really started by accident because I was a publishing executive in Pennsylvania, and that's where I was able to shepherd the publication of over 500 books. I was at a professional publishing house, and then I got hurt. When I got hurt, I had to move back home to Cleveland, my hometown, the land. And so I moved back home to Cleveland, and literally it took me about 2 years to recuperate from my injury. Well, after I was well enough to work, I couldn't find a job because my experience was in professional publishing in Pennsylvania. And if you know anything about Cleveland, you know that it is like not the publishing mecca of the United States. So I like to eat. I needed a shelter. So at that point, it was time to just strike out on my own. I started LePab Consulting, and it just went from there. One of my first positions was to be the executive director of a nonprofit. That was a contracted position. And that's when I fell into grant writing. And I was able to transfer the skills that I had developed over at that point being in publishing and marketing for 20 years, where I had to write, over and over and over again, so much copy from press releases to, parts of manuscripts. And so the writing was able to be transferred to the grant writing that was necessary to lead a nonprofit. And so that's when the grant writing started. And I just didn't know at that time that it would end up being really the most sought after component of my work, because there at the time, and still it's difficult to find like really truly experienced grant writers. And it just took off from there. So after having secured over, almost $18 million right now worth of grants from my clients, I decided to pivot. I decided that I needed to start teaching. There's the old saying about, giving a man a fish, being able to teach him how to fish opens up so many other doors. And so I have a grant writing academy now where I teach grant writing to small businesses, to nonprofits, and I have over 3,000 students.
So securing over $17 million in funding is an incredible achievement. Congratulations.
Thank you.
And what was your first big grant success, and how did it shape your approach to businesses?
My first grant writing success. My first grant writing success was for a charter school. And so I was writing grants for a charter school. That's why I really started to be able to secure the multi-million-dollar grants. And it was intimidating, of course, because it was a federal grant. Those are typically the most difficult and challenging to write. But I knew what happens on the other end. I knew how that money would be able to change the lives of students who were attending the charter school. And that was my inspiration. I knew what the money was going to be used for. And so it just made me work even harder to be able to do the work, to do the interviews, to make sure the writing, was excellent, to make sure that I was talking about the impact of what was going to be on the other side of the goals if the money was achieved. And it helped me understanding that yes, this is money being provided by maybe the federal government or foundation, but what happens with that money, the way you're able to shape and change lives, because a school or a church or a nonprofit or an organization that serves veterans, the impact and the transformation that comes on the other side of that money is what's important. And so, that is what really kept me going for so long in a field where, yes, it can be tedious, but knowing that there's transformation happening that was really the real win.
Absolutely. Initially drew you to supporting authors, and what's the most rewarding part of that process?
So I started my professional career in publishing, and I started off as a director of marketing. I did that for about 3 years at Pilgrim Press, literally the oldest publishing house in the United States. And I was there for, again, about 3 years, but then I was recruited to become the associate publisher and director of marketing of Judson Press as a part of the American Baptist Churches USA. And during that time, it was really my goal to make sure that I was publishing voices of people from the African diaspora. So I was making sure that Black pastors and Black churches had a voice in this professional publishing world, which unfortunately just wasn't always the case. And so it gave me an avenue to help us, to help our community make sure that all voices within the written word is being published and is being, provided to our audience, because there was a time when people thought we couldn't read. And so for me, it was especially important to be in a position where I was responsible for making sure that people who look like me was given a seat at the publishing table. And so that was extremely impactful for me, because when I started as the associate publisher, I was the first, Black woman associate publisher of any mainline denominational publishing house in like 500 years. So that was extremely important for me. But it was even more important that I was able to utilize that platform to make sure that we had a voice. And so I ended up being responsible between the two publishing houses for publishing over 500 books of authors. And I know that it made a difference because it was impactful, not just for that pastor, but also for that pastor's church and that broader community. So that the publishing world and those who love books and those who love to read could see that, yes, there's something on the market for us, especially as people of faith.
Industry, because it's heavily dominated by our other counterparts as well as other cultures. Can you share a challenge in your career that tested you, and what did you learn from it?
I would say, and you were breaking up a bit. So in publishing or in the grant world?
In the grant world as well as publishing. We can do a two-part.
Sure. So I would say that in publishing, one of my, greatest accomplishments, I would say, but it was also a challenge. I was working with a particular author who was a quadriplegic. He was paralyzed from the neck down, but I knew that we had a phenomenal resource that he had started to write but was unable to finish. And it was called The Gospel According to Dr. Seuss. And was one of my most challenging books but it also was one of my most rewarding, because I had the opportunity to help this very special author who was able to take the words of Dr. Seuss and compare them with the words of the gospel and provide new meaning from these iconic books that Dr. Seuss wrote. So that was phenomenal. Plus, it also gave me the opportunity to work with the Theodore Gisso Foundation, who, of course, that's Dr. Seuss's real name. So I was able to work with the Dr. Seuss Foundation to make sure we had the correct permissions, but also work with this author who had challenges. We wanted to make sure that the work that he had started was completed, and to make sure that, you know, he was able to attend different book signings. And we used a stamp, for example, instead of his original signature. So it was a huge challenge in working with the Dr. Seuss Foundation, but also working with this author who had his own physical challenges, to release something to the world that we knew was going to be welcome. And everybody knows about Dr. Seuss, and those of us who are people of faith certainly know about the gospel, but to be able to combine the two in a new and unique way was something very special. Excuse me, that I will always, always, always hold dear. Now, in terms of the grant writing, I would say, in working with veterans in particular, I had the opportunity to work with some veterans organizations that needed funding. And for me, it was impactful, but it was also challenging, because you see our veterans coming back and not getting the resources that they deserve, not getting the help that they need, coming back with PTSD. Some of them are homeless. 22 veterans commit suicide every day. So the environment was challenging, but it also fueled me to be able to do this work. Um, and often this was a small nonprofit, so that was also a challenge, because oftentimes grant money will go to larger, more established organizations. So it was really a challenge for me to be the voice of this nonprofit that was uplifting to veterans, and say, even though this organization is small, is mighty, and look at the work, look at the lives that it has changed in a short amount of time. So yes, it was challenging, but it was also rewarding. Like for me, I consider myself to be a problem solver. So I'm always looking for ways to navigate around hurdles to make sure that the end result is one that's positive.
So, so many, Linda, strategist, author, blogger. How do you balance all of these roles effectively? And is family in that realm of hats as well?
Well, in terms of family, I'm single. Like, I've never been married. I have like beautiful nieces and nephews, and I come from a large family, and we are very, very close. I had like 7 siblings, and um, so I lost 2 of them, but we're still all in the same community. We're all in the same area, and they have absolutely, positively, been my rock. They've been so supportive of the work that I do, which helps me to navigate. I also have, an incredible team of people, because I am basically running 2 businesses: the fashion and style business, but predominantly the grant instruction business. So between the two, it can be a lot of work. I think that's why it is so important that each and every day we do something, whether it's something small or something large, that truly brings us joy. It can be the smallest of things. And I make sure that before I lay my head down, I have experienced joy each and every day, because I don't know that I'm going to be here the next day. And I want to make sure that, when I have left this day behind, that I feel good about it, that I've been able to do my worship and my praising, and that I find joy, in every single day, because it's tough now. It is a tough environment. People are hurting, people are scared, people are afraid. It's very difficult for people to find joy. But I make sure that regardless of what is going on in my surroundings, that sometimes I will almost force myself to make sure that I get a laugh in, or that, I'm finding something that I can celebrate, like before I go to bed, because it's a real tough time now for a lot of people. But I think my family, and I think the team that I have, that, keeps me moving forward.
So stay in time. People are hurting, so much pain in the world as we speak. That's why I want to definitely jump into the marketing, grant writing, and the business impact of things concerning who you are. Because I know with our new plans that are going and putting in effect, some things are going to be affected. So what are the biggest mistakes organizations make when trying to secure a grant, and how can they avoid them?
I would say one of the biggest mistakes, there's a couple actually that I've seen over the last like 17 years, and that is simply not being prepared. You need to be what I call grant ready. So you may see a grant, and oftentimes we go after grants where there's no alignment. So that's number two, but I'm going to start with the preparation. People see a grant, they see the money, like, oh my gosh, that's $1 million grant. Like, I need to go after that grant. And one, they're not prepared. So you need to make sure you have your documentation in order. If you are a nonprofit, you need that 501c3. If you are a for-profit, meaning you're a small business, you need your articles of incorporation. You need your financial statements, right? You need your board of directors. But you need to also make sure that you have a mission statement, because that controls everything else. But as you are seeking grants, one of the biggest mistakes I see is that people go after the money and not the substance, right? They see a grant that may be a large amount and they're just thinking, wow, what happens if I get that money, without doing the work to make sure that that is the grant that aligns to the work that they're doing. So if a foundation releases a grant and they're focused on K through 12 education, you need to make sure that your organization also has a passion for K through 12 education, so that you are aligning your work with where the money is being given. And too often that doesn't happen. People just see the money and they go after the grant and they wonder why they get a rejection letter. I would say one of the biggest issues that I see that people don't do is meet with the foundation. And oftentimes that is as or more important than what you write in the grant application, because foundations and the industry of getting grant money is all about relationship building. So you must be able to meet with that foundation so they get to know a little bit about you and what you do and who you are, and make sure that, again, where they are offering funding aligns with the type of program that you are providing. So those are, I think, two of the biggest issues that I'm seeing. Third would be not being able to show impact. Now, impact is everything, and it doesn't matter whether you have a small business that is a restaurant or whether you have a nonprofit where you're serving veterans. Whatever business or nonprofit that you are operating, you need to be able to show that you're impacting the community around you. If you have a restaurant, how many clients do you have? How many clients do you serve? Right? You have a nonprofit that is geared towards helping veterans. How many veterans' lives have you impacted? So this idea of being able to show impact is really different, because it's going to separate you from your competitor, because as you know, grants are extremely competitive now. And because of the executive orders that's coming out of the White House, even though some of them have been rescinded, is going to get even more competitive. I expect to see, certainly, there being cuts to the federal funding. And that means it's going to be even more important for organizations to work with their local foundations and to get local partnerships. And a lot of the local foundations are going to feel the squeeze, because they might want to try to fill in the gap of the federal funding that will be on the decline. So again, that relationship building, creating those partnerships locally, are going to be as important as ever before.
So, small businesses versus 501(c)(3)s who are greater recipients of the grants? Or is
So,
it
so the good news is that there are grants for both entities. And this is where I'm constantly informing organizations that, yes, if you are a small business, It doesn't matter if you are a solopreneur or a sole proprietor or an LLC or a partnership or an S Corp, you can get grant money. Now that's relatively new. That really happened after COVID when so many small businesses were going under, that your corporate foundation stepped in and said, we need to help out small businesses. So that's when you really saw the increase of funding and grants going to small businesses. So the good news is that there are grants for both nonprofits and small businesses. Now, where's there more money? Definitely with the nonprofits, because there's been more money for a longer amount of time. Typically, when we think about a grant, we think about a nonprofit, right? But everything changed in like the last 5 or 6 years, since COVID. So yes, there are absolutely grants for small businesses and nonprofits, but is the grant world different now than it was 3 weeks ago? Yes, because of the executive order that came out that attempted to freeze federal grants and loans. And so what I came to realize, because when that happened, I received text messages and emails. People thought that there were no more grants, that by the White House freezing federal grants and loans, that meant all grants. And nothing could be further from the truth, because there are thousands of resources that provide grants in the United States every day, and they don't all originate with the federal government. And so you still have your foundations, your private and your community and your family foundations, and you still have your corporate foundations that are providing billions of dollars in grants every single day. And that's what I want to encourage people about. Yes, the grants are still available. They're still being provided from many different resources. So be encouraged. Now, as it pertains to the issue of DEI, diversity, equity, and inclusion, because of the narrative that's coming from the current administration, will we need to do things a little bit differently? Yes. So, for example, it doesn't mean you change your target population. If you help Black boys, if you help Black women, you keep helping Black women, you keep helping Black boys, you keep helping Black businesses. How you word your grant may need to change a bit. Instead of maybe using my target population is African American boys, you can say my target population are boys from underrepresented communities. So this is all going to be about how you tweak that language to make sure that, yes, you're still serving your target population, but you still have great access to getting grant funding.
Shaping the future of marketing and business development for women and Black-owned businesses.
I'm sorry, could you ask? I'm getting a little bit of feedback. If you could just ask that one more time.
Yes. What trends are shaping the future of marketing and business development for women and Black-owned businesses?
Oh, I would absolutely say two concepts. One is making sure that you deliver, that you have deliverables, that whatever product you're providing, whatever service you are providing, you can not only fulfill it, but you need to be able to show the impact of it. So again, a small business or a nonprofit is the same in terms of you being able to showcase what it is that you are providing and how is it that you're providing it differently. That's really the key, because there may be 1,000 other Black businesses doing the same thing that you're doing. What is it that you bring to the table? That's going to be the trend. What is it that you're doing differently? Why should I come to you over the next person? Right. So what is your uniqueness? There are certainly other people that teach grant writing, but I still have 3,000 students in my grant writing academy because I do things a little differently. So you have to be able to like bring that out of you so that people can see, okay, I'm going to go to Linda to learn how to write grants other than someone else. And that's going to be important in your marketing and how you market your abilities. Right. And so it's not enough to say, okay, this is who I am, this is how I look, these are the things I say. As they say now, you have to come with receipts, right? You have to be able to showcase, I've secured over $72 million in grants. So that is one of the unique benefits that I can show people. I've been where you are. I've written thousands of grant applications. So being able to showcase what is unique about you is going to be important. And I would say the second absolutely is AI. Like I use AI constantly every single day. And I feel oftentimes that our community in particular is a little bit behind in terms of adapting and using AI. I think sometimes there's a fear there of the unknown, but it is a remarkable, remarkable tool that should be used in almost everything that you do to a benefit, right? To a benefit. And so I would say embrace AI right now. Literally, I created a guide that teaches people how to use artificial intelligence when they write grants, because it can be such an important part of the grant writing process. And it really can only help. But there's so much going on now. If I talked about trends as it pertains to grants, it really is going to be about your impact and how you can navigate, what's going on with DEI for so many organizations that have an audience that is, African American. Is one of the reasons why I'm holding a grant State of the Union, a special webinar on March 12th, where I'm inviting people to join me because they need to know what's happening in the grants world. And there's so much fear and there's so much misinformation. But most of all, I'm there to let people know that grants are available. You can still get grants. You may have to do things a little bit differently. You may have to word that application a little bit differently, but don't be fearful. And I'm just adamant that I need to be able to communicate this message to people, because if not, we're going to lose out. If not, Black businesses are not going to apply for grants. If not, Black-led nonprofits won't apply for grants. And that doesn't help any of us.
Because we know that they help spearhead certain events and promote the work that we do as small business owners. However, if you don't operate in that space, or that's just a space that you really don't want to take on, if someone is just starting out and wants to apply for the first grant, what are some of the first things they should focus on?
Definitely getting their documentation in order. And so if you are a startup, first of all, there are grants for startups. So there are grants for startup businesses. But if you are just starting out, focus, right? So I've been a business coach for 16 years. And oftentimes especially when I speak to new businesses, they're all over the place, right? They have all these ideas. It's like which is okay, because that's who we are as entrepreneurs, right? They have like 10, 20 different ideas and they all want to do them all yesterday. And so one of the first things I do is say, no, ma'am, no. You have to ask yourself, what is the one area for which you can bring your expertise into? I know you want to help 1,000 other people, right? But how do you bring your background into that one area where you know you're going to be able to help people? So that's number one. That's the first thing you have to do. What is your service and who is it that you are targeting, right? Because too often I hear from people when I ask them, okay, who are you targeting? I hear, oh, I help everybody. I help everybody. I got to help everybody if they come my way. No, you can't help everybody. That is one of the quickest ways for new businesses to get burnt out, feeling that they have to help everybody that comes their way. And I say, no, choose your service, choose your target population, right? And everybody else, send them to a referral, right? Have a list of referrals on a sheet of paper that you can give them. That way you're not sending them away empty, but you have to focus on your talents and your skills so that you can grow your business. And you're not going to grow your business by piling on all of these different target populations that you want to help, because you can't expend your energy in 20 different areas, right? It just doesn't work that way. This is year 17 of me being in business by myself. So I know that you have to be able to focus, decide who you're going to serve, how you're going to serve them, and get a team as soon as possible. And it doesn't mean a paid team, right? Get an intern. You can go to a community college. Not all interns want to be paid. Some of them just want experience. Go to your community college, get you an intern, ask for volunteers. You would be surprised how many people will help you if you only ask, right? So get a team, decide who you want to serve, how you want to serve them, and get your documentations in order, get your articles of incorporation done as a new business. I recommend also that people go to score.org. It's funded by the Small Business Administration. They are there for the sole purpose of helping new businesses to flourish. And especially as a Black business, make sure that you are meeting with your minority development agencies within your state. They are there to help you, right? And so that is what I see over and over again. We don't ask for help. We try to do it on our own, and it just doesn't work. It leads to burnout, every time. So get your documentation in order, decide your service, decide who you're going to serve, and get help. So that's definitely that. Those are the top 3 or 4.
Now you tap into one of your other hits, empowering women in style. So you founded Cultured Curves to empower mature curvy women. What are some of the driving forces behind this platform?
Oh, absolutely. That's my passion, right? My grant work, that's what I'm great at, teaching. But my passion is just being an example for plus size, mature women that your life is not over at 50, that for many of us, we are just beginning. Those of us who maybe we're divorced now and we want to live a new life, maybe we're retired and we want to be able to go out with our girlfriends, or maybe we're empty nesters and we have time to ourselves. Like, this is time to flourish. I can't tell people how when you turn 50, something just comes off of your back, comes off of your shoulders. You stop caring about what people say about you. You stop caring about what people think about you. It is a freedom that is unlike anything else. And so I want to show women that your life is not over after 50. In April, I will be 62 in April. So I was 50 years and years and years ago. Yes, I will be 62 in April. And I'm here to tell people your life, you have no idea how your life is truly beginning at 50. And as a plus size woman, I've been in this body since the 2nd grade. I have always been a plus size woman. I was a plus size baby. I found out a few years ago, out of 8 children, I was literally the heaviest baby. So I just didn't have a chance. Like, I didn't have a chance, right? And so literally I've been in this plus size body. And so I've had to navigate that. I've traveled extensively around the world. I've had to travel the world as a plus size woman, as a plus size businesswoman. So I always felt I had to represent, because there's always, this assumption that if you're plus size, you don't work, or you're lazy, you're at home eating bonbons all day. And I was an executive, like, traveling the world in this plus size body, flying first class. So I had to make a decision that when I left my house, I was going to represent. If they never saw a dressed, clean, professional, plus size woman in their life, they were going to see one when they saw me. And that was my mantra. And so when I turned about in my mid 50s, I realized that I need to share my experiences with other women, because I would constantly have women asking me, like, where do you get your clothes? Who does your makeup? Or, who does your hair? And I felt that women were struggling with self-esteem, right? Because so often when you're in a plus size body, you're not matching what is plastered on the magazine covers or what you see, in your Instagram. Now, things have changed significantly for plus size women. I would say maybe in the last 8 years, where it's just become more accepting. But I still face women who struggle with that self-esteem. So the Culture Curves platform started with a blog. And between my social media accounts and my blog, I have about maybe 40,000 people who follow Culture Curves, because I'm there not just to show them fashion and makeup advice, but it is really about self-love and self-esteem. And not every day is going to be great, but that's okay, because nobody is perfect. There is no such thing as like a bikini body. Everybody is a bikini body. And I try to show up to show women that you matter. Like, no one needs to feel like they need to go sit in a corner because they're plus size, especially being more mature. So yes, I do give fashion and style advice, but I also give advice about loving your body and self-esteem. I travel the country. I've been to Jamaica and St. Martin giving these talks about, body positivity and being able to show up and loving yourself, in spite of what other people, might be thinking or might want to think. So that for me is just an absolute passion. And so last year, everything kind of culminated in me writing a book about plus size style for women over 50, called The Culture Curves Guide to Style for Mature Curvy Women. It is soup to nuts. It is everything from how do you put an outfit together? How do you dress for your body shape, whether you are like a pear or an apple or banana or an hourglass? Like, that makes a difference, how you dress for your body. And so dressing for your body, knowing where to go, whether you are going to a ball game or a ball, like, where do you find like beautiful clothes for curvy women? There's a section in the back of the book with over 300 retail stores that are all curve friendly, from lingerie to swimsuits. Everything's covered in the book. And then I have a totally different section on makeup, because when we age, we want to make sure that we're wearing the right makeup, skincare routines, anti-aging skincare routines, and make sure that you're just putting forth your best, right? And that's what it's all about. Just caring about yourself to put forth your best, every single day. And it doesn't mean being dressed from head to toe. That's me. Like, I've been a girly girl since I was a little girl, right? People know, like, I dress up to go get the mail. That's me, right? But you can be a jeans girl, right? And still put forth your best. So the book is, again, The Culture Curves Guide to Style for Mature Curvy Women. It's available on my culturecurves.com website, Amazon too, but also the culturecurves.com website. And it's just available for women who they want to show up better, and maybe they struggle with style, or how do I put an outfit together? Like, I don't like to, if somebody doesn't like to wear a lot of makeup, what little touches can they do to just show up?
These are things that definitely women all over the world need to know. And we so thank you for your expertise today. This has been amazing.
Thank you.
I'm so sure there are going to be plenty that will be reaching out to you. Please give us your information where they can contact you.
Excuse me. Oh, definitely. So you can literally email me at lpv@lipav.com, lpeavy@lipav.com. That is my email address. For anything style and with the Culture Curves, it's culturedcurves.com, cultured like the pearls, culturedcurves.com. They can go there to get the book or to sign up to watch the blog, get free e-newsletters. That grant State of the Union is really important. I see that going across the bottom, bit.ly /grants union, where I'm going to be giving you everything you need to know about how you can still get grants in 2025. And then you can follow me on social media as well.
Absolutely. And yes, I definitely will be tapping in. And I think
you are in the right place at the right time. The Black Business Network opens again for its Black Business Olympics, a 24/7 broadcast on business, strategies, global branding, social media marketing, finance, advertisement, and much, much more. Featuring the top, most powerful entrepreneurs and speakers and thought leaders from all around the world as they gather together for this phenomenal event. Join the Black Business Network, streaming live into the metaverse, STEM City, USA, Black Multiverse, Pod TV, Roku, Hulu, iHeartRadio, Apple TV, YouTube, TikTok, Instagram, Google Podcasts, Facebook, LinkedIn, IBM TV, Spotify, and Twitch. Tune in today and be a part of this amazing movement. The Black Business Olympics welcomes you.